noticed in my past
confusion and so much of instability. And science is actually a blessing from the universe, from the divine, because it will help us to gain some sustainable issues which are to be covered in this entire conference. So it's really, I mean, the topic which was been selected for this conference went through a great thought process, thinking about humanity, thinking about degradation, and then came along so many scholars, so many researchers on the platform to discuss about which is going to become a very transformative journey in this 2 days. So I wish we were able to connect with you along with the title. Now, since it's an introduction that before starting anything, I say blessings, I request all the dignitaries to please proceed for the lightning. And innovation. May this light guide us to share the new ideas, collaborate, and strive for the sustainable future. Beautiful and the highest atmosphere. Thank you so much. I because we'll be posting
नित्यं च विद्या जीवनम्
system has created an electrifying energy in the entire world. So with this electrifying transformation, then energies that are being transformed in this hall, let us begin this conference by gracing and honoring all the dignitaries that have spared out time and their presence over here. At the behest, I request our principal, Dr. Chandan Bhatt sir, to please come forward and give a very honored felicitation to our President, Srimati Narsamma Hiraya Shaikshani Trust, Honorable Shri Shekharji Bhotu. I request both of them to please come forward. And the clappings must go on in the hall to maintain the vibes. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting this small felicitation from our institute as a token of love, grace, and gratitude. Now I request Dr. Umesh Khandekar to please come forward and give welcome to Dr. Chandan, the principal of Srimati Narsamma Arts, Commerce and Science College. The clappings must go on to maintain the vibes. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Shrikant Bansod, the co-coordinator of this conference, to please come forward and felicitate Honorable Vasudev Kurmule sir, Vice President, Association of Chemistry Teachers, West Zone. Kindly accept this token of love, the grace and gratitude from our institution. Kindly clap. So much, sir. Now I request Professor Deshmukh, co-coordinator of this conference, to please come forward and felicitate Honorable Dr. Praveen Raghuvanshi, Member of Management Council, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University. Accept this token of love, grace, and gratitude from our institution. I want everyone to please keep clapping and making the vibes of the hall. Thank you so much. Deshmukh sir, thank you, Honorable Raghuvanshi sir. Now I request Dr. Atish Madhure, the convener of this conference, to please come forward and felicitate Honorable Mukesh Shirbhate, Research and Development Director, Department of Chemistry and Nanoscience, Seoul, Republic of Korea. Again, I'm requesting everyone to please keep clapping and honor the guests over here. Thank you so much, Mr. Mukesh Shirbhate. I hope you're accepting this honor with dignity, grace, and gratitude. Thank you, Atish Madhure, and thank you, Honorable Mr. Shirbhate. Now I call upon Dr. Mahendra Singh Pawar, the organizing secretary of this conference, to please come forward and felicitate the guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Ashish Rote, Managing Director, Alipis Pharma. Okay, I expect that you accept this token of love with grace and dignity from our institution. Thank you, Dr. Pawar. Thank you, Dr. Ashish. Honorable Nandakishore Thakre sir has arrived here. I request our principal, Dr. Chandan Par, to please felicitate him at this occasion. I request Honorable Nandakishore Thakre to please come up and accept this token of love, grace, and gratitude from our institution. And I want all the participants sitting here to please keep clapping so that the vibes are being maintained and it will genuinely spread the happiness over here. President of Santagar, thank you, sir, for accepting this token of love from our institution. Now I request Professor Mamta Chaudhary from Chemistry Department to please come forward and honor Dr. Sharma ma'am, Member of Management Council, Santagar Baba, Amravati University. Now we request Dr. Vaishali Nagnavre to please come forward and give a floral welcome to Dr. Girish Ratnavure. Dr. Vaishali. Thank you, Dr. Girish. Now I call upon Dr. Sanjay Shamdwar to offer felicitation to Dr. Mandure, who is the convener and the energy behind this 2 days international conference. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay and Dr. Adish for accepting this honor on this occasion of this international conference. Now I call upon Dr. Vajpayee to please honor Dr. Savarkar, IQSC coordinator of our college. Thank you, Dr. Savarkar and Dr. Vajpayee. Now I request our principal, Dr. Chandan Bhatt sir, to please come forward and honor our management member, Dr. Shrikant Karikar. So much, sir. With this floral welcome and felicitation on the DS, I offer this welcome to all the participants who are sitting off the DS with my floral words. And with this small felicitation program, I think that Madhure sir, the convener of this 2 days international conference, to please come forward and give this introductory speech.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Today marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards addressing global challenges through scientific advancement and sustainable solutions. Today, we convey experts, policymakers, scholars from various disciplines and corners of the world. We are reminded of the crucial role that science and technology plays in shaping a sustainable future. Call to action and opportunity collaborators. Underscore the undeniable connection between scientific breakthrough and sustainable development. From renewable energy and climate flexibility to technology innovations in agriculture, healthcare, and industry, we stand at the frontier of transforming change. we can bridge the gap between theory and application, creating real world impact. As a convener, I organize these events. The more than 450 participants registered for the conference from different countries and different states. I encourage each of you to activate engaging in the discussions and share your insights and form meaningful partnership that transcend borders and discipline. Let this conference be a catalyst for groundbreaking ideas and practical solutions that will drive sustainable development forward. Once again, welcome to the International Conference on Innovation and Science for Sustainable Development. Operating, supporting me and knowledge because for the success of this program. Also, there is a blessing of management and our honorable principal sir. Today, our honorable principal sir is suffer from the illness, but he also stand uh, in front of with me in the beginning of this morning. Also, in the every moment, he guided his support to organize any event and personally gives his efforts to success of that any kind of program. So I thanks to all my
Without your support, we couldn't have reached the number 450 and also to this success of this conference. Now I request Dr. Mahendra Singh Pawar, one of a renowned name in the fields of science, to please come forward and give introduction of the guest.
माँ सरस्वती को नमन करता हूँ, माँ नरसम्मा को नमन करता हूँ, श्री संत गाड़गे महाराज के चरणों में नमन और उस परम सत्ता को नमन जिन्होंने साइंस में इंडिया को सारे ऋषि मुनि जिनका अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन साइंस और उसके डेवलपमेंट में रहा है। बात होगी जो बात यहाँ तक आ पहुंची, हम दिल से गए, दिल तुम पे गया और बात खुदा तक जा पहुंची। If you are going to organize a very small event also, there is a lot of tension, stress, and you have to keep the patience in many things. And the registration number that indicate that you are having good contacts, connections, and faith in us that indicate the success of conference itself. It is my immense pleasure to introduce some or familiarize some guests who are sitting over the dais. Very first, Chandrasekharji Bhandu. He is not only the president of Srimati Narsamma Shaikshanik Trust Amravati, but he is also a social figure. Not only a social figure, he is a business tycoon in Amravati in the food industry. Then we are having Dr. Vasudeva Gurnule sir. Last night I was reading CV or biodata of Gurnule sir, and I shocked how a person can do all these things in one life in very short time. It is really a motivation for all of us and the new researchers who are sitting in front of me. What he did in his life, I will just going to review it. Professor in chemistry. The college was Kamla Nehru Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. Then research publication more than 250 in national, international journals, and proceeding का मैंने इसमें include नहीं किया है. Patents, he is having 12 Indian patents in his name. Papers in articles in various papers, 360 papers and books also. Then he guided 21 MPhil students, 27 research students, has got PhD degree under his supervision. 8 students are still working. He is the author of 32 books and 36 chapters in a book. It is not very small thing to write all this thing and to continue the research after getting the particular position like professor, and after that still he is working. I think in last day also he was invited speaker in conference of Nagar, I think. So that his numbers are very volatile जो मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ वो बदलते रहेंगे हर दिन के बाद में. And he handled three UGC funded projects, research projects. Cost was around 87 lakh. मोटा मोटी मैं कीमत आपको बता रहा हूँ. His research area is synthesis and characterization of nanomaterial. Nanomaterial. इसमें तो थोड़ा सा हिस्सा मुझे भी पता है. Biodegradable polymers, nanocomposites, then ion exchange resins and conducting polymers. He is having such a wide area of research work. And his students, when I was listing that abstract received during this conference, maximum papers I found, the last name or middle name or first name was Dr. Vasudeva Gurnule. इतना ज्यादा इनके स्टूडेंट से यहाँ पे रिस्पांस हम लोग को मिला है, इतने सारे पेपर्स और एब्स्ट्रैक्ट सर की तरफ से यहाँ पे आए. Then the next is Dr. Praveen Raghuvanshi. He is not a man who is not known to anyone. He is the most popular figure in the chemistry field. He is professor and head in Department of Chemistry, Brijlal Biyani Science College. हमारे लिए तो बड़े भैया है. You can get any suggestions for any legal cause to him. अगर कोई परेशानी आपके लाइफ में है, किसी लीगल तरह की हो, सर्विस से रिलेटेड हो, तो he is like a big bro for all of us. Also, he is working on some bodies, and I'm not going to mention this body in which he is working as a president and a secretary. These bodies are typically working for the teachers' fraternity. In physical of this and more than 80 research papers are published in various national international journals, which are listed and they are listed also. And one more thing that I want to mention here that initially he was working with Karanjala. After getting surplus, he came back to the Amravati of Regional Science College. He's a very proud position he's having, that is management council, the member of management council he is. Now next is Kodape madam. She is not, because she is having right now, she is having placement committee with her or in her department. V.A. Sharma, Dr. V.A. Sharma, this is the personality from our college. She is the first woman chairman in board of study mathematics, jahan tak mujhe pata hai. She is also the member of management council. She is a professor and head of department of mathematics in Narsamma College. Research area of interest is transform, signal processing, neural network, artificial intelligence. More than 250 research papers are published in international national journals. Two students have done her MPhil. Two students under her guidance for their PhD degree. Dr. Mukesh Shilbhate, he is a very silent and very sober guy. You can look at him. He went for PhD to IIT Mumbai. He did his PhD from there. Then he went for postdoctorate fellowship. He went to Korea. Same college. At the same time, पिक्चर देखा होगा थ्री इडियट्स वो तीन इडियट्स मुझे अमरावती में मिले थे तो पिक्चर आने के बाद पता चला कि द पीपल एंड द माइंड ऑफ दैट टाइप इज So that thought made these people to do something else. They started a company, pharmaceutical company. They pointed out that the big industries, they are not preparing the impurities which are required for the preparation of some medicines in some cancer type of some other type of diseases. This big company, they are not preparing the impurities. They are depending for impurities on some choti company. So they have started a chota unit in the same flat where they were living. 2 BHK flat it was, if I am not wrong. In one room they were living, in another room they have started with the company. And that company is now having crores of the business of the crore annual. Figure उन्होंने कभी बताया नहीं, मैंने पूछा नहीं, शायद इनकम टैक्स का डर होगा. करोड़ में उनका business है. Now they are working with MIDC, Amravati. Also they are having their second unit in front of the old one. 4 साल पहले शायद कंपनी यहाँ establish हुआ था. और collected the students and people who are working with them, students are working with them and they are having the great ability and having the great success. Yes. These are the 3 dates. एक बार आप लोग हाथ जोड़ के इनको दिखा दीजिए कि इसमें के दो ने हमारे पास है, एक नहीं. गिरीश पूरे बिलोंग टू द सेम कॉलेज. वो यही का है, हमारा अलमनाई है. और अलमना से इस तरह का अगर मुलाकात होता है तो इट इज क्वाइट प्राउड मोमेंट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. This company is doing well. This company is having its supply in various international platforms also. I think Korea, Japan. They are supplying and they're basically working on the impurities, designing the new molecule, designing the impurities. We are having Dr. Umesh Khandekar, HOD Chemistry, Dr. Bansur Shrikant Bansur, my friend, HOD Chemistry, convener of the conference, and one man that I am not forgetting him, Dr. Rajaji Chandanpad, who is the motivation for all of us. We are organizing such type of events. Actually, he is not feeling well. He is having fever from last day, around 100 plus fever he is having. Still he is with us in all the time. रात्रीला 11, 11:30, 12 वाजेपर्यंत जेव्हा काम चालू आहे, he is the person who was with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Detailed introduction of the guest. I would like to say about Dr. Vasudev Burmale. Inspiration for every young dynamic people sitting over here who wants to get into the research.
Dignitaries of the palace, the session, and the president of Narsamma Society, and the chief guest of this inauguration session, Sir is coming, Professor Jole sir, Vice Chancellor of the university, and other dignitaries present on the dais, Professor Arvanshi sir from Brisbane BRE College, and some industry persons are also here from the industry side, and convener of this conference, and dignitaries of the dais. Bajpayee sir is there, President of ICTOI is there, so many are here. As the President of Association of Chemistry Teacher, I am here giving some brief about the ACT. Before going to say about the ACT, few things I observed today here. First thing is that, sir, thank you for your nice introduction. Two, three things I observed. सबसे बड़ी thing है कि 450. Now the registrations are going toward the 500. This is the big achievement of the college. So therefore, this achievement is only because of Principal Sir Chandanpad and because of Adish Madhve sir. Because of their permission, all the teams are there. One cannot do whole team, but the captain should be there. So principal is there and convener along with his complete team. This is the one thing. Because I have observed in many conferences, 200 below 200 here because 50 above. That is a good thing. One. Second is that the theme of the conference is very important. What is the recent trends in the sustainable developments? Everyone thinking about this. So theme is very important. Third thing I observed, I have seen the schedule. The speakers are very renowned in their field. So some are from Malaysia and some are from Bangladesh and one is from Nepal. Another thing is that sir has given everything the guest will come. So what is they have done good hospitality. So all these things are there. So for all these activities. So as the president of this president of the Association of Chemistry Teacher, one of the station around 3,000 members are there, lab members are there. And these three launching and secretary teachers, college to Government Bhushan, Professor Kiran Sharma, Government Bhushan. Here, the main objective of the associations are to explore and nurture academic chemistry, which refers to the National and International Chemistry Olympiad, and also to organize workshops, training, seminar, and conferences in different parts of the country. And main one is their annual convention, which is known as the NCCT, National Convention of Chemistry Teacher, which is organized in different part of the country, and also to collaborate with the international science chemistry teachers, science teachers organization to exchange idea and to organize different joint programs. Also, the aim is to advance in chemistry education and in terms of the what is the curriculum development and innovation in the teaching and learning methodology. So all these are the objectives are there, and main thing is that annually ACT organizes one conference, which is known as NCCT. For the student also, ACT organized contests nationally. All the state organized the test for objective test for the student. So this is very well known thing that students will participate at UG level. Is objective test is there, and main aim is to popularize the chemistry, create the interest in the chemistry subject, and therefore this test is organized. Another thing is that activity with the Royal Society of Chemistry UK. Also organized one breakfast activities are organized by the IUPAC, USA. And different colleges, all the countries organize that event in a which is the number one in the whole world. This is the main thing of the ACT that we are organizing in collaboration with different colleges, universities, and institutes. And also making it that different in addition to the different activities, ACT also give the funding also and sponsors for organization of seminar, conferences, or any other activities. So government organizations are there, ACRB and other. In addition to that, this our ACT also giving some partial funding for the organization of conferences like there is a proposal of giving you use that chance if you want to be a member of this association, apply membership form or with me, you can take this also clear document. Sustainable development. Now, this is the innovation. So many things are there about this. Chemical and plastics. But even that also here. last week also travel very useful material plan करना बहुत difficult है गवर्नमेंट I finally stopped so चौबीस घंटे हाउ टू गिव द अल्टरनेटिव इट कैन बी रिसाइकल्ड आज सभी बोलते हैं बस वन टाइम यूज करते नॉट यूज many scientists are not using only using steel container or container don't use that water अब कैसे एक ने स्टार्ट कर दिया सबने स्टार्ट कर दिया तो बिल्कुल सस्टेनेबिलिटी आता है कि इसे तो सस्ता है ओके प्लांटेशन करते हैं फोटो के लिए होता है ऑन पेपर होता है गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सब जगह बट इट इज नॉट रियली सब लगाते हैं एक भी नहीं एक ही वहां पे सही रहता है मैंने बहुत जगह देखा है सब लगाते प्लांट फॉर एग्जांपल सो दिस इज नॉट थिंग वी शुड हैव टू प्लांट वन और टू बट इट शुड बी to the last okay so these are the so many things are there so thank you sir for giving me the opportunity and finally I thanks the principal and convener for joining our association in this international conference thank you sir thank you to all of you.
Dr. Gurmali, I can say that in your simple statements, we could really feel the depth of your knowledge and the way you interpret about the sustainable development. So now I call upon Dr. Praveen Raghuvanshi, member of Management Council, Nagar, Amravati University, and one of the renowned figures of Amravati. At this occasion.
The chairman of the Shaikshanik Trust, inaugurator, our Vice Chancellor today, Dr. Atish Murde, Vice President, Dr. Vasudev Gugule sir, Association of Chemistry Teachers, Principal of this college, Dr. Rajesh Chandranpad, my colleague in the Management Council, Dr. Vikram Sharma, my colleague in the Senate, Dr. Shrikant Kalikarji, my subject colleague and my friend, Teacher Association, Dr. Nandakishore Thackeray, or regional level, or we can scientific knowledge and appropriate technologies are central to resolve social and environmental problems that make current development path sustainable. Bridging the development gap between provide a more equitable and sustainable future. All no integrated approach that fully incorporate existing and new scientific knowledge. Knowledge to application orientation. In this sense, the efforts on the part of organizing such event is very timely and laudable. I wish you all the best of our resounding success and conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raghuvanshi sir, for your scholarly address. Now I call upon Sri Shirvate. Actually, looking at him, I thought that he has directly come from Korea, but then got to know that he has traveled from IIT Hawaii and then to Korea, and he has settled down over there. It's really a great honor to have you here on this occasion. I welcome you to please address on this occasion.
Very good afternoon. I was also here because suddenly Professor Rajesh is responsible come for this conference. So in Korea we call start with the Nagar. So today, Mr. Secretary Bangu, sir, the President of Narsamma area. Convener of this conference, Dr. Anish sir, and principal of this college, Dr. Rajesh Chandan sir, Dr. Mahendra J. Pawar sir, the organizing secretary, Dr. Vasudev B. Gulad sir, vice president of association, and Praveen Prakash sir, member of management council, and Rohit sir, and Mr. Present here, and students who are here. So I think we are specifically here for students. So this for very music. So I am very thankful here because my two teachers are here. What we when I was in undergraduate, Rohit sir and Rajesh sir, what we when I was doing master. What I recall that what we should do when we are doing master degree. So we are very good time from that thing. We can do what we want to do. Because we are about to get master degree and we can choose whatever we want to choose. We can go for higher study like field, or we can go for industry as somebody who says they are industrial. Okay, right. Okay. So, or somebody can choose different directions. So, because once we choose what we want to be, that will flow. Because our habit and what we think, that will give direction what we want to be in future. So I, who are going to graduate right now, I'm going to pursue some position. I must say, take a pause. Think what you want to do in future. Because it's something not get a position somewhere and having a good salary. It is about happiness. When we are engaging in somewhere, what we are doing, and that time is Amount also and choose what you want. I also special thank Dr. Malbir sir. He invited me for this occasion. I really feel happy right now because as I can see there are several teachers are there can be here and whatever I'm here 5%, that's what they taught me in their my academic career. So thank you everyone and Kamsamida. And I am not going to stay in Korea. So I will come back soon, maybe sometime when I get into some opportunity or whatever I will. So I'm just going and getting some, they are just appreciating me what I'm doing. So Indian right now, very much.
To know uh, that the talent from India went to Korea and wished back to come back to India. So that is really an appreciating part because once after achieving a grand success, nobody acknowledges the ladders he has gone through. But he was so humble in his speech that he gave that because of he really something inspirational for the young generation here. Now, what I would like to say about Dr. Atish Rodge. So again, one of the personalities who has really shaken the mind over here, because just say Dr. Mahendra Singh told here the story about three idiots, and he brought that towards road gate. Actually, the journey which he started from a 2 BHK flat and now becoming one of the greatest entrepreneurs. Maybe that journey is on the initial phase, but the way it has taken up the shape from such a small thing, I wish he could be a very great iconic figure in the coming years. I call upon him to please address on this occasion.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I say thank you to Department of Chemistry, Srimati Narsamma Mahavidyalaya and Chemistry Teachers Association. You know very well, education, college, and industry. I think these are the two wheels of our career. And in the beginning, we choose industry as my career option. So at the beginning, all of us we started from Mumbai and has a vision that we are in business only for science and innovation. You know, the word innovation. Innovation means you have to invent something. If you invent such a single thing, it will create your identity. And it will be very, very important. So focus on invention. All of us start is research work and we choose such a molecule which is not available all over the world and not available anywhere, not available with any industries, any academic institutes, any government institute, but it. So what we search need, and after that we converted that need into the research and science innovation, and now we have a 50 plus molecules that are the unique molecules only available, is not available in any industries in the world. So anyone need it, the company from US, company from Brazil, company from China, they come here for Amravati. So we have a R&D unit in Amravati. We have a corporate office in Mumbai. We have a marketing office in Brazil, US. One more thing I mentioned here, when we started all of us, we have a dream. Dream is we have to launch our first web for India. You know, we all are depends on generic. India is top 5 in generic, but we don't have our own drug. We are better in space, better in engineering, better in science, but still we are facing and we don't have our own drug in the market. So our dream to launch first drug for our country, India, and we started our clinical and clinical studies in Bangalore and Hyderabad. Because we have a molecule of lungs cancer. Very good. All first drug for our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rodgate. Knowingly, unknowingly, मैंने कुछ पल पहले ही कहा था that he could be one of the iconic figures in India. And you could see his very long taking business from local to global. The messages from our institution to you, sir. So now with this, that is the publication of the Dominion. So I request all the dignitaries to please join us for this event of publication of this committee. I request and to be part of this historical moment. I can see 150 publications for this conference, and it's really a heart-touching moment for everyone, because the leader, Dr. Atish Malgure, under his leadership, and again as Gurule said that undership of this principle with this number of publication. So I hope everyone should give a grand clapping on this occasion, because what we are witnessing at this moment. Thank you, participants, who have given their special feel to this moment. Now I call upon Amravati to give his inaugural address as a chief guest. I call upon. Yeah. So I take back my words. He could be addressing both the way as the inaugural and his presidential speech. I request him to please come forward.
सर्वप्रथम सर्वांची परवानगी घेतो की मी मराठीतून बोलेल आणि असं म्हणतात ज्ञानाला भाषेचं बंधन नसतं आणि ही ज्ञानाची कॉन्फरन्स आहे, ज्ञानाचं व्यासपीठ आहे, त्याच्यामुळे मी मराठीत बोलेलं चालेल आपल्यास.
आता सांगितल्याप्रमाणे सर्वप्रथम या व्यासपीठाला अभिवादन करतो, नतमस्तक होतो, कारण की या असा हा सब्जेक्ट आहे ज्याच्या भविष्याचं जीवन कसं राहील याची काळजी आणि त्याचा विचार त्या सब्जेक्ट मध्ये दडलेला आहे. त्यामुळे या कॉन्फरन्सचं एक अभिनंदन करतो आणि या 2 दिवसीय 19 आणि 20 मार्च या 2 दिवसात होऊ घातलेल्या या कॉन्फरन्स इथे उद्घाटन झालं असं उद्घोषित करतो. आता सांगितलंय इनॉग्रल आणि प्रेसिडेन्शियल असं दोन्ही स्पीच द्यायचं. इनॉग्रल स्पीच मध्ये आतापर्यंत आपण सगळ्या गणमान्य ज्येष्ठ तज्ञांचं गाडगेबाबा युनिव्हर्सिटीच्या मॅनेजमेंट काउन्सिल सर तसेच आपल्या या कॉन्फरन्स साठी विशेषतःने उपस्थित असलेले शिवाते सर, आतिशजी गुडगे जे कॉलेजचे विद्यार्थी पण आहे आणि ज्यांनी एक काय म्हणतात माइलस्टोन अमरावतीच्या येणाऱ्या सर्व विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी दिलेला आहे असं मला वाटतं. विचार आणि इथे उपस्थित राहणार 2 दिवसामध्ये मार्गदर्शन करणार आहे. आणि दुसरं यशस्वीतेसाठी आमचे माधुरी सर तसेच उपस्थित सर्व प्राध्यापक मंडळी आणि असे सगळे उपस्थित असणारे बंधू आणि भगिनी, असं वाटतं की आज थॉट्स वरती आम्ही विचार करून ज्ञान मिळतात ते एका भांडवलशाही विचारधारेच्या इनोव्हेशन माणसाला लागणार जे काही म्हणतो आपण गरजा आहे त्या पूर्तता करण्यासाठी किंवा त्या गरजा निर्माण करण्यासाठी पण ते करू शकतो. अशा भांडवलशाही विचाराच्या ज्ञानाने आम्ही एखादं इनोव्हेशन जेव्हा करतो तेव्हा असं मला वाटतं सर्जन म्हणाले किंवा प्लास्टिक निर्मिती होते पण ती एक बाय प्रॉडक्ट आहे. मुळात निर्मिती पेट्रोकेमिकल्स आम्ही त्याच्यातूनही पैसे कमवायचे ते मानवाच्या उपयोगाचे आहे की नाही तेव्हा असं काही प्रॉडक्ट हातात येते की म्हणजे डिस्क्रेडिबल होत नाही आणि मग त्याच्यामुळे समस्या निर्माण होतात जे मानवासाठी अनुकूल आहे. म्हणजे सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट हे खूप जास्त शोधानंतर मानवाच्या उपयोगात येते की नाही ते पाहिलं पाहिजे. हा संस्कृतीचा पण दोष म्हणजे भाग असेल असं मला वाटतं. आम्ही सगळे तज्ञ आहे. एखाद्या वेळेस विचार करताना आमचा जो आयडिओलॉजी आहे, आमचा जो संस्कृती आहे, आमचा जो ज्ञान आहे, आमचा जो खूप साऱ्या सुरुवातीच्या ज्या पवार सरांनी खूप साऱ्या जणांनी रसायनशास्त्रामध्ये 10 प्रकारचे रस सांगितले, त्याच्यात वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारच्या रसांचा अभ्यास करून सगळ्या प्रकारचा उपयोग करण्याचं सांगितलं. शास्त्र इथपर्यंत प्युअर करून मध्ये मानवाच्या उपयोगासाठी उपयोग होऊ शकतो किंवा जे जहर आहे मानवासाठी पण त्याचाही उपयोग करू शकतो असं काहीतरी तंत्रज्ञान विकसित केलं होतं आणि आमच्या आयुर्वेदामध्ये मर्क्युरीचा उपयोग झाला, अग्रकाचा उपयोग झाला. म्हणजे इनोव्हेशन्स आणि ते सगळ्या गोष्टींचा अंतर्भाव होता. थॉट प्रोसेस मध्ये एवढंच होतं किंवा मानवाच्या कल्याणासाठी सस्टेनेबल कोणासाठी गरजेसाठी म्हणजे एक कल्चर आहे याचे म्हणजे यूज अँड थ्रो. त्यांना कचराच निर्माण जेव्हा थ्रो करा तुम्ही यूज अँड थ्रो हा कन्सेप्ट जेव्हा वापराल तेव्हा जगामध्ये कचराच निर्माण होईल. जितकं कमी लाईफचं आम्ही वस्तू इन्व्हेन्शन करू इतका जास्त कचरा निर्माण करू जो मानवासाठी घातक होतो. सस्टेनेबिलिटी कोणासाठी आहे? प्रकृतीसाठी आहे, मानवासाठी. हा जोपर्यंत कन्सेप्ट क्लिअर होत नाही मला वाटतं थॉट प्रोसेस बद्दल तोपर्यंत आम्ही जे इन्व्हेन्शन करणार आहे इनोव्हेशन्स करणार आहे ते कशासाठी त्याचं ध्येय खूप होणार. आता आमच्या शाळेमध्ये आमच्या कॉलेजमध्ये सगळ्यांना आपण तुळशीचं रोप देतो. ते पण इनोव्हेशन नाही असं मला वाटतं. कोणीतरी निर्माण केलं आणि आमच्या हातात एक तुळशीचं रोप दिलं आणि सांगितलं याच्या सानिध्यात जर राहिला तर तुम्हाला ऑक्सिजनची मात्रा तुम्हाला खूप चांगली मिळेल. तुम्ही या वेळेस इतक्या वेळा असता जर समजा तुम्ही त्याच्या सानिध्यात गेल तर त्याचा 100% ऑक्सिजन मिळेल. जे तुमच्या आरोग्यासाठी तुमच्या मानसिकतेसाठी कारण की मनुष्य काही नुसता तणाचा नाही बनलाय आणि दुसरं तुमच्या जवळ सानिध्यात ठेवायचे खूप खूप काम म्हणजे त्याची निर्मितीची जागा असं म्हणतो उकंडा कोणत्याही कोणाला आणि आयुष्यामध्ये आयुष्यभर होणार. मला आता सरांनी म्हटलं की बा लाईफ पर्यंत मिळायला पाहिजे गुरुजी एंड पर्यंत आम्हाला त्याचा उपयोग घेता आला पाहिजे. माझी लाईफ किती आहे त्या अनुषंगाने आम्ही घेतलं पाहिजे. हे जोपर्यंत आमच्या डोक्यात फक्त राहील आम्ही जोपर्यंत मला असं वाटतं भांडवलशाहीच्या दृष्टीने विचार करू या सगळ्याकडे इनोव्हेशनकडे तोपर्यंत ते सस्टेन कोणाच्या लाईफ मानवाच्या माझ्या 20 वर्षाच्या ते लाईफ माणसाचं फक्त 25 ते 30 वर्षाचं त्याच्यात खूप जास्त उपभोग घेऊ शकतो माणूस. की जेव्हा आमच्या जो ज्ञान नसतो पण आम्ही ते वेगळ्या मार्गाने शोधायचा प्रयत्न करतो तर त्याच्यात वेळ घालवणं म्हणतात असं आम्ही दुर्लक्ष करतो. असलेल्या ज्ञानाकडे दुर्लक्ष करतो आणि वेगळ्या मार्गाने शोधण्याचा प्रयत्न करणं म्हणजे आम्ही त्याच्यात खूप काहीतरी इन्व्हेन्शन केलं किंवा काहीतरी शोधलं असं. इन्व्हेन्शन हे आजच्या दृष्टीने उपयोगितेचं राहील आजच्या व्यावहारिक जीवनामध्ये त्याचा उपयोग होईल त्या पद्धतीचं फॉर्मेशन करून कसं आम्ही आणू शकतो या सगळ्या गोष्टी सरांनी मॉलिक्युल्स आणि याचं खूप चांगलं उदाहरण दिलं. खूप साऱ्या प्रकारचे रिसर्च हर्बल किंवा वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे जे मानवाच्या आरोग्यासाठी किंवा या सगळ्या गोष्टींसाठी खूप उपयोगाचे असं मला वाटतं. त्याच्यात काही आताच मी ऐकलं की बा जसं आयुर्वेदिक ट्रीटमेंट आहे तसं थेरपी पण इम्युनिटी बुस्टरसाठी म्हणजे जरी आपल्याला किमो घ्यायचे त्याच्या अगोदर त्याची इम्युनिटी बुस्टर झाली पाहिजे त्याच्यासाठी 15 दिवसाचं काय काय घेऊ शकतो आपण म्हणजे ट्रीटमेंटच्या अगोदर तर त्याच्यासाठी काही दुर्गुटी किंवा विविध प्रकारची पण एक ट्रीटमेंटचं हे चाललेलं आहे असं ऐकलं मी. म्हणजे खूप सारा विचार थॉट्स राहू शकतात खूप सारे अँगल्स राहू शकतात. तर मला असं वाटतं की मग त्या प्रकारचा आपण सगळ्यांनी विचार करावा या 2 दिवसाच्या कॉन्फरन्स मधून एक आम्ही खरंच सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंटचं थॉट प्रोसेस मधून काही देऊ शकतो. आणि आजची जसं म्हटलं की बा हे आंतरराष्ट्रीय कॉन्फरन्स आहे आम्ही आमच्या पद्धतीने इनोव्हेशन करून जगाला देणं की जगाच्या पद्धतीने इनोव्हेशन करून स्वतःच एक्सेप्ट करणं हा 2 बेसिक थॉट्स मधला फरक आहे असं मला वाटतं. पण आमचा जो विचार होता ऋण्वंतु विश्वम आर्य म्हणजे आमचं ज्ञान संपादन करून जगाला ज्ञानाकडे नेणं तर आम्ही त्या प्रोसेस वरती यावं, त्या इनोव्हेशन्सचा बेसिक थॉट्स वरती यावं अशी एक इच्छा आकांक्षा पण करतो. पण आज सगळ्यांचं योगदान आजच्या हिच्यामधलं आपण सगळेजण तज्ञ आहात. आपलं योगदान म्हणजे जास्त श्रेष्ठ राहणार असं आणि आणि आजच्या या कॉन्फरन्सच्या निमित्ताने मला संधी दिली बोलण्याची, त्याबद्दल धन्यवाद देतो आणि धन्यवाद.
मराठी ही आपली मायबोली आहे आणि त्या भाषेचा आम्हाला सर्वांना अभिमान आहे. आणि खूप सुंदर in very simple and straight way Honorable Shekharji has put forward his views on this occasion and they were worth listening. So now we are at the end of this inaugural function. I humbly request Dr. Shrikant Bansur, the co-coordinator of this international conference, to please put forward his vote of thanks.
कर्मयोगी संत गाडगे महाराज माता नरसम्मा यांना त्रिवार वंदन करतो. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, distinguished speaker and delegates from around the world, it is my honor to propose a vote of thanks to mark the successful inauguration of this international conference. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our President, Sri Sekharji Bundu sir, our chief guest, Dr. Vasudharao Gurunge sir, Dr. Praveen Raghuvanshi sir, Management Council member, Dr. Mukesh Sirvasti sir, Dr. Atish Rodge sir, Dr. Mahendra Singh Mahendra Dhode sir, Vice Chancellor, Sant Gadgeva Amravati University Amravati, Dr. Nandakishore Thakre sir, President of APTA, Dr. Hatnapure, Dr. Sharma madam, Sri Kadikar sir, and Ingre madam, for gracious inaugurating of this conference and sharing valuable insight with us. To our keynote speaker, esteemed panelists and moderators, we thank you for our thoughts, provoking address and engaging discussion. To our organizers, volunteers, and support staff, our tireless efforts have made of this event possible, and we are deeply grateful for our dedication and hard work. Thank you all of you once again, and we look forward to the proceed and engage in the conference ahead. Thank you all of you.
So with the kind permission of the chair, I declare this inaugural function to be over. And now the delegates should proceed for the technical session. Thank you so much. So we are having a 10 minutes tea break because we have to refresh and head back. Thank you.
focusing on same things. So as you know, the polyload is nothing but a cancer drug that's are available in market, is expensive. And the next slide. So we are focusing only on HSA because HSA is most abundant protein available in our body, and its almost role is to carry the drugs, hormones, or enzymes throughout the body. So it is also called as a carrier. So we choose only HSA because it's available. Some research are also working on antibody that also overexpressed in cancer environment. So what is the albumin? So albumin is produced by 583 amino acid. If you know the natural amino acid, it's containing almost 583 amino acids. There are certain functional groups available, acid, amine, and some thiol group. That is useful when we are binding with this linker. The half-life period of HSA is almost 90 days. So it can rotate in our body almost 90 days. So next slide, please. So this image shows the cancer environment. So you can see the normal cell is the cancer containing a tumor containing environment where the receptor of CP60 is overexpressed than the normal cell because they need to have more energy from the body. So receptor is more. So this receptor absorb more albumin than the normal cell. So this is we took this advantage to how to fix, how to react only the cancer environment. You can see the spark cell also overexpressed in the cancer environment. That is also we took advantage. How this mechanism works. So as you know, the foreign particle, like when go inside the body, it has drug and the drug go in the cell, and after the diffusion of the drug, it can get lysosome and then HSA come out to the body. So this feature, this technique we come to know. Then what is next? We want to design certain drugs that have the albumin plus linker and various drugs, cancer drugs. So these are the linkers. There are broadly two types of linkers available right now. One is cleavable linker and other is non-cleavable linker. Some cleavable linker have advantage, is easily decomposed when we inject it in the body, but it should be reached the cancer. So sometimes it is a drawback also, it's released early. So there is need sometimes we should have stable linkers. So these are the types. So as we know, the hydrosome is just double bond and two, and then there's the acidic level in water. That bond is also can be easily decomposed when we inject it in the body temperature. That is non-level. So we are going to utilize linkers in our research work. So next slide, please. Next slide. So these are the common drugs recently is used for treatment of various cancer patients. So I highlighted doxorubicin was used for the breast cancer, now bladder cancer, kidney cancer, ovarian cancer, and thyroid cancer, stomach cancer also, lung cancer. So these are using for the doxorubicin. SN38 is used for the colon cancer, it's stomach cancer. And MMA is monomethyl astatine is a peptide. It is used for the leukemia blood cancer. And most we use the Taxol nowadays because the cancer, breast cancer and ovarian cancer is some more. There are two more drugs are using that I did not put here. That is platinum and carboplatin. All drugs are very expensive. So there is a need to have certain. So next slide, please. So we published a paper where we want to design a certain molecule that react with only albumin. So as you see, the compound KB1 have two arms. One is the boronic acid, as act as a Lewis acid because it has an MTP also. And there is a ketone moiety that act as they're finding a bond with amine and imine bond. So we design in such a way that it can be react with the albumin. So there is a certain amine is available, but we cannot taste directly to albumin. So we tested this compound with the commercially available amino acids such as can you go to next slide, please? So we tested our compound this boronic ketone with various amino alcohol. When we reacted, we found they formed a very good complex between these two molecules, and we are able to isolate very good NMR spectrum. We isolate crystal data also. When we tested all the amino alcohol like amino anadinol and amino butanol, vaninol, fusinol, phenylalanine, and tryptophan. They are all the amino acids and they have isomer. So you can see there is CD generation very good fingerprints available. So each amino acid shows different CD. So one can be identified what's amino acid in a known compound. We published this paper in 2020 in Journal of Jax. But there is a limitation here. This ketone compound is having a solubility problem. This is only soluble in organic compound. But higher analog like peptide or protein, we need to have aqueous solution. So we developed several other, can go next slide please. So we developed various other boronic ketone or we call aldehyde, boronic aldehyde type of compound. Now, when we tested this aldehyde with the various higher protein, especially albumin, we are able to find this is a very good soluble by using pKa buffer and 10% or 5% of the. And we go next slide please. When we do a lot of research and we are able to found that albumin is reacting with our compound very good like pseudosite where the compound, if you count the number of amino acids from 1 to 150, 138, the 199 position lysine is there, is reacting with them and having a very good complex, we able to isolate crystal. It shows very good fluorescence data also. So now our purpose to make this compound is fulfilled. Now we want to extend our research and then we started to modify this compound. So next slide. So this is our target of what we want to design. So we want to extend we want to put the linker at one of the terminal of the benzene ring. Another way we want to attach some polyalkylide various drug. So in this regard, I'm not going to showing any synthesis here because that I'm bound to not show. And you can see the compound 27, 28, 25, and 26 all are the paclitaxel, but different compounds. Because here the paclitaxel is the molecular weight is very high; it's not soluble easily. So what we thought we can have some polyethylene glycol at a higher analog, so it is like a hydrophilic nature. So it can allow us to dissolve so we did that way, and we partially get success in that way that the paclitaxel is now soluble in organic aqueous solution. We also synthesize various PS doxorubicin, same way all the four, so 16 compound we synthesize that way, and then it's time to check whether this is a very reactive with albumin or not. So we simply do one experiment is called fluorescence. Can you go next slide, please? So that is the NMR. So what is the when you do the number of syntheses after 10 or 20, 15 stage, the NMR is something that you get pure and it is like happiness. And the final product is very clear and pure. So this is the we all able to isolate pure and we want to scale up right now. Next slide, please. So this is the what we call this is the fluorescence data. and this is the absorption data. So when we reacted our design compound, Pro plus drug, when we treat with albumin, we are able to see there is the absorption happening in near to 500 nanometer. So it indicates that there is a formation of bond. So now next part is to give this sample for the biological team. So we gave all the compound to biological team, and they what they do they next slide please. So they did a lot of study on mice, and they took a lot of analysis, and we are happy to say that the view of the compound is very promising. They are decreasing not only the tumor, there is two type of protocol we did without light or with light. So with light, you can see the upper image of the mice. The tumor is not only decreased, it's also gone after 29 days. So that's the data. And without light, it's slow process. So, so still there is a lot of research going on this direction. We have a lot of difficulties overcome last 3 years, like make solubility change every time linkers, and then we change various drugs. We are trying to catalog all the drugs what is recently available in market, so that can be used. Hopefully, our research will well direction and we are able to reduce our costs. Conclusion is that we synthesize various HSA-based drug conjugation, and there are several times we came that solubility problem or there is synthesis problem. We overcome of that, and then definitely I'm looking forward after some time it is market. And thank you very much for my short and presentation.
Thank you, sir. Your very nice and informative lectures on synthesis of drugs, which is applicable in the cancers and its property. The session is open for discussions. If any query or questions, please ask.
Which part of the drug is responsible for fighting with the cancer cell? Which part of the drug that that will fight with the cancer cell?
So there are at least 5 to 6 drugs are there. Okay. Mostly the paclitaxel nowadays used for the breast cancer or ovarian cancer. There are 6 carboplatin also they are using nowadays. So these 2 drugs are most commonly used, but there are the MMA is the third leading cancer drug. It was also used for the leukemia cancer. So, actually, the mechanism is that when the cancer drug go inside the body, they stop the cycle, break the cycle of the DNA, and it's break the what we call destroy the cell. That's yeah. So like a carboplatin, it will bind somewhere in the DNA structure, and then once the mapping is stopped, then the cell will stop. This is like a bullet. If you inject, but what happened now? If you inject directly into the patient, the healthy cell also get damaged. So that's why the load of the chemo is always less when the patient go for treatment, because it also damages the other healthy organs. Patient can recover easily if it is only targeting the tumors. But due to this showing some side effects, that's why the delay process of the delay chemo and surgery is go almost 6 or 1 year. Right now, I cannot claim like that, because while synthesis itself, because we are when handling these chemicals, we also use all safety measurements, because if it is even contact with us, sometimes other scientific people, so the chemical is always dangerous. So because this is what I will say. The packet talks are extracted from poisonous tree. So this is like a poison small. Yeah, what human nature is there. Initially, we are taking care of a lot of things. When we are happy from that, okay, let it go. Because there is always pressure synthesis fast, you give it to compound. Huh? Yeah, synthesis part is always challenging because whenever you do for synthesis and there is need to the reproducible. So this is the reproducible challenges there. Yes.
You, sir. I have many doubts. So I hope it will be clarified. So my first question is there is any conjugated drug available in market?
Yeah, available in market. Conjugated drug is available in market because this research started from some 1970. Some German scientist Paul he was, and a lot of company already working on this. Okay.
You do payloads, linker, and enzymes.
Yeah.
This combination. So the payload is a very complex structure.
Yes.
Always it's those very complex structures. So can we reduce that complexity?
No, this is the what we are working with the existing drug. We are not making drugs. So this drug is already FDA approval. Okay, this drugs is available and the treatment is going with this drug, the packet of they are all very bulky structures.
Yeah.
And the nature they have bulkiness, that's why they are destroying the cycle of the whatever the DNA. Once they attach somewhere, they stop the mapping. So definitely some small molecules may in future somebody can afford.
Yeah.
There are some molecules are available. But right now, what the market is using, we are developing that. So if somebody using small molecule, definitely,
Yeah,
that.
That how you decided that which protein is good for conjugated drug?
Yeah.
So where you use the albumin.
Yeah.
Albumin. So if I want to prepare one conjugated drug, then how I decided that this protein is good for this conjugated drug?
Yeah, it's a very nice question.
Because many proteins are there.
So first thing is the availability. What is available? Okay, albumin is available in our body 60%. And it is the role is defined that is carry the drug to the. So that mechanism we have to use it. Otherwise, if you go in the wrong direction, you will not get the whatever you want. So there are certain there is antibody also available because cancer environment is different than the normal environment because they need more energy than the normal. So they have a lot of receptor, more receptor. They need more energy. That receptor have certain kind of what you can say mapping. So if somebody want to use like antibody, there are several antibodies available. Yeah. But the drawback of antibody is there is not selectivity. You cannot reproduce the same type of antibody. There are several that you know the antibody and this albumin made from the this amino acid. And there is some free amino acid like free acid is there, amine is there, alcohol. So where is going to find where you are going to react with the ether? So this is not you can say find something or find. So that has to be taken. Here what we thought first we will decide which side will react in albumin. So that give advantage. Okay, this side is reactive, 199 position of acid is reactive. So that give advantage. Okay, we can repeat this process again. So that repetition, because if you can publish paper with a nice like what we are, but if it is not reducible for industry purpose, then
the cytotoxicity, I mean toxicity of the payload is also important.
yeah.
Because when molecules go inside the cell, it should be poisonous for that.
Yeah, it should be stop the mechanism.
For a desired cell. Then in your Jack's paper, you took the CD spectra.
Yes.
So why there is need to take this CD spectra? The NMR is not enough for this.
No, we did all NMR. See what happened now. Now one page, what I can read in Jack. If you want to publish Jack, you have to give all it. So we did all NMR. We are not sure about how this compound is binding because we thought, okay, boron may take the bone pair of one of the sides from the amino alcohol, and amine may react to the ketone and get just that. But when we go for a PF study, there are several discussions with the other Russia, and there is no conclusion. So finally, we have to isolate the crystal structure only to support that mechanism. We did all NMR. We have the, if you go for several information, the NMR is there. CD, what we want to show in here, sometimes there is a lot of industries are synthesizing amino acid, amino alcohol. They are not go for NMR everything. They just go for espresso CD, check whether it's pure or not. So this is the fingerprint for them. They can just correlate it, okay, this compound, our compound is available. If they can put it, whatever is precising, if it is matching with their CD spectrum, whatever negative or positive, it is there. This is matching with the tryptophan or alanine.
That is purify the conjugated drug. The HPLC is needed for
Candidate.
you synthesize the conjugated drug, payload, linker, and some enzyme. So according to my that procedure is too much lengthy, and the purification is more tedious for this. So always this HPLC is made for purification. That's simple.
Yeah, they can do in large scale.
When first in minor, in micro scale, how we prepare this? In micro scale level, it's only microgram level.
Okay.
So that time also we need HPLC for purification of this conjugated drug.
No, you want to identify whether it's
This mark is some
no, HPLC work when you know the compound is already in somebody reported, or when you especially first time you have to identify where that PVC is not only 100%. So there are several scientific steps. The first time you have to isolate, get NMR, and then you can standardize by HPLC and get somewhere peak. There is a peak is there in certain minutes. That is now standardized. We have to report, and then following that one, then they can match with that. Okay, this is now matching with this. This is the same. So that's why. Thank you. What strong evidences we find by studying the validity of the molecule which reveals the formation of compound? What strong evidences do you find?
4%.
Thank you. Yeah, I will discuss this point with you also.
Thank you, sir. I thank you one and all present here for the technical session 1. I thank you, Chairperson Dr. Nandakishore Thakre sir. I thank you, Recorder Dr. Dattatreya Ratnaparkit sir. I thank you, Session Speaker Dr. Vasudev Gurnule sir. I thank you, Session Speaker Dr. Mukesh Sirbate sir. And I thank you everyone participant. And everyone should be enjoy the lunch. Thank you.
फक्त ते जॉईन आहेत
हा बस तुला पाहिजे का पाठवू का तुम्हाला मग नवीन ना तुम्ही कुठला आहे कॉलेजला मी तेव्हा पाठवतो ना माझा नंबर घ्या मला व्हॉट्सअप करा 909 66 724
एक मिनिट आता नको लेक्चर बरं हो नाही ना हा Gurunule sir, am I audible?
Today, International Conference on Innovation in Science and Sustainable Development. Principal Dr. Dajanet Chaudhary sir, Shri to kindly join the session as the chairperson. Now, I request Dr. Ashwin Kumar Bajpayee sir to please come on the dais. Sir, now I request Honorable Principal Professor Banga Balakrishnan, University of Malaya, Malaysia, to kindly join the session online as a speaker. Now, I request Dr. Ashwin Kumar Bajpayee sir, the recorder of the session, to kindly introduce the guest.
Thank you very much.
इथे आवाज नाही तरी सांगा
On this academic and research gathering, the International Conference on Innovations in Science for Sustainable Development. This is the afternoon session, and the chairman of this particular session is Dr. G.N. Chaudhary, my co-supervisor also, and he is presently working as a principal. I welcome the speaker as well as Dr. G.N. Chaudhary in this particular online meeting. He is a principal at Sri R.R. Lavati Science College, Morshi District, Amravati, and he has more than 30 years teaching and research experience. He has completed his research work at National Chemical Laboratory, Pune, and Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad. He also worked as visiting professor at University of Mars, France. He has published more than 200 research articles, papers in national and international journals. Under his able guidance, more than 27 students have completed their PhD degree directly, and indirectly many more students, research students, got benefited from his guidance. I welcome you again, sir, Dr. G.N. Chaudhary, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes,
Hello,
yes, you're
Chaudhary
audible,
sir.
Huh.
Hello, Chaudhary sir. Am I audible?
Yeah. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes,
ऐकू
yes,
येते
you're
का?
audible, you're audible, sir.
ऐकू येते का सर?
Yes, sir, you are audible. No
Okay,
problem.
sir.
Continue,
Thank you,
sir.
Bajpayee sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I warmly welcome you all to this session. It is my great pleasure to introduce a distinguished personality, Dr. V. Balakrishnan from University of Malaya, Malaysia. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, let me share the screen. Is my screen can be seen? Can my
Just 2 minutes, sir. Just 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes,
Hello,
yes,
sir.
you're audible, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Bajpayee sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I warmly welcome you to all this session. It is my great pleasure to introduce a distinguished personality, Dr. V. Balakrishnan from the University of Malaya, Malaysia. Welcome, sir. Dr. V. Balakrishnan, Distinguished Research Officer, University of Malaya, Malaysia. He holds a BSc, MTech, and PhD in Advanced Materials with 14 years research experience. Krishnan has made significant contribution in nanotechnology, nanosynthesis, hybrid organic proteins, solar panel technology, and many other fields. He has published more than 50 papers in national and international journals and has received for his contribution. His accolades include awards of merit. This award from the University of Introduction. I now invite Dr. V. Balakrishnan to begin his lecture.
Thank you to the chairman, and thank you to Professor Vasudev, who have invited me to give this invited talk in this renowned conference, International Conference on Innovation in Science for Sustainable Development. So, is my screen can be seen? Am I audible and my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the title of my presentation today is Sustainable Lithium-Ion Battery Anodes. Okay, for using magnetic biochar derived from empty fruit bunch (EFB). Okay. So this presentation outlines. First, let me talk about background, significance of biochar, literature review, methodology, result, and conclusion. So the background, what is actually biochar? Biochar is a charcoal-like substance that is made by burning organic materials from agriculture and forestry waste, also called as biomass, in a controlled process called gasification. So biochar made from plant material or waste in high temperature ovens with limited oxygen. Okay. So from here, the biomass is either from wood, organic waste, crop residue, bioenergy crops. And then it goes through gasification process, and then we get biochar. Okay. And okay, this is what we call as empty fruit bunch. Uh, I think everyone knows about palm oil trees. This is palm oil trees. So from palm oil trees, what we can get is we get fronds from the leaf, we get the fronds, then fresh fruit bunches and oil palm trunk. So this oil palm trunk will go as a oil palm trunk lumber, OPTL we call it, okay? And the fronds we goes as oil palm fronds, OPF. Okay. For fresh fruit bunches, it goes for fresh fruits. When we press the fresh fruits, you get oil and also you get pressed fruit fiber. Okay. And after you remove the fruits, you get the bunches, the fresh fruit bunches. This is the fresh fruit bunches. And from the fresh fruit bunches, we get the EFB, or we call it the empty fruit fiber. This empty fruit fiber branch, okay, we do gasification process, we convert it into biochar. Okay. So now, compared to lithium-ion batteries, we go to supercapacitors. So the supercapacitor, we must understand what is supercapacitor. Is an energy storage device that bridges the gap between batteries and conventional capacitors. So it is known as electrochemical capacitor or ultra capacitors. Okay. So the key characteristic is the store energy electrostatically like capacitors, but offer higher capacity. Charge and discharge is much faster than batteries, longer cycle life and higher power density than batteries, more sustainable and environmental friendly. So nowadays we have EV charging. So these EV charging over here, they are using supercapacitors. Okay. So now, how did the supercapacitor mechanism works? Okay. First thing is it forms a double layer formation where when we apply voltage across the electrodes, positive charges gather on the electrode surface. Oppositely charged ions from the electrolyte attract to form positive ion layers nearby. So another layer of negative ions form further out in the solution. That means you have positive and negative, anode and cathodes. Okay. So here it forms like an energy storage where the potential difference between these charge layers stores the electrical energy. So higher surface area, closer ion packing lead to a larger double layer and higher capacitance. Okay. So charging and discharging, where the charging increasing voltage attracts more ions, thickening the double layer and storing more energy. Discharging is removing voltage, allows ion to disperse back into the solution and releasing the stored energy. So this is the typical figure of supercapacitor, that is energy double layer capacitance working mechanism. This is how it works in the diagram. Okay, what is the supercapacitor advantages? Okay, first thing is fast charging and discharging. Number two, long cycle life. Number three, it has higher power density. And number four, it is safety and sustainability compared to lithium-ion batteries. Okay. So the application of supercapacitors. One is in portable electronics, like faster charging, top up your phone in seconds, not hours, extend lifespans, thousands of cycles, charge cycles compared to hundreds of batteries. empowering or powering demanding task, burst power for cameras, drones, and VR headsets. In electric vehicles, regenerative of braking, capture and reuse of energy process that is happens in the electric vehicles, boost functionality like increasing accelerations and responsiveness, hybrid systems combined with batteries for optimal performance and range, and improve durability, handle vibrations and temperature extremes better than some batteries. Others, they use it in medical device, grid storage like solar, okay, stable and reliable power, because any solar you need batteries, but rather than batteries, we put supercapacitor, it will be much more efficient in energy storage. So you have better charging and discharging, okay? And another one is for military aerospaces. So delivering high power for short bursts in missiles and lasers, okay? And also in satellites and spacecrafts, and also in unmanned aerial vehicles. So enabling longer flight times and rapid battery charging. So this is an alternative for synthetic carbons. That is, one is from oil palm waste disposable issues. Okay. First thing is EFB, significant EFB waste generation. The oil palm industry produces massive amounts of waste. With EFB consisting of substantial portions, estimates 43 to 45% of palm fruit production EFB, and translating to millions of tons annually. So this shows that we can produce synthetic carbon from EFB waste generations in Malaysia, okay, or anywhere there if there is palm oil, okay. So current EFB disposal methods are often unsustainable, including open burning, landfill, composting, and all that. So fiber is a good combustible material. Next is increase energy in depletion of fossil fuel. So increasing energy consumption due to increased levels of hybrid vehicles. As the energy resources are limited, we need to find sustainable, renewable, and clean energy resources. So the eco-friendly nature and renewable resources is highly needed. Next is low specific capacitance of supercapacitors can be avoided where we have potential of palm EFB. Studies suggest that activated carbon derived from empty fruit bunches possesses promising characteristics for supercapacitor application, including high porosity, good surface area, and inherent conductivity. This is what we are going to see later on. Then limited porous structure of activated carbon can be overcome by using EFB and also magnetic biochars from EFB, okay? Next is current supercapacitors have lower energy density. Therefore, EFB-derived carbon can lead to improved specific capacitance, potentially unlock higher operating voltages, unlimitedly boosting the energy density of the supercapacitor. High cost of current supercapacitor materials. Example, the high cost of material like carbon nanotubes and metal oxides used in some supercapacitors hinders their widespread adoptions and limits cost-effective and large-scale productions. So, example, anode materials found in the limitations like carbon nanotubes, graphene. Graphenol is very, very expensive, okay, to get, to purchase it and also to do R&D with graphene. Transition metal oxides like Ru oxide and manganese oxide, impressive specific capacitance, but often suffers with high cost of lower cyclability. So palm EFB is readily available and significantly cheaper than conventional materials and potentially reducing production costs and making supercapacitors more accessible. So this is the reported work, but this is some literature reviews. Okay, you can take down. Okay, where they have used nanotubes, they have used biomass from banana waste fields, metal organic frames (MOFs), okay, and lotus stems, graphene oxide, and carbon dots. But nothing has been done on EFBs, okay? So now what we have done is we have used EFBs to produce anode materials, okay? So this is how to synthesize biochar. One is preparation of raw material EFB. Number two, it goes through gasification process. From gasification process, we get biochar. We go for ball milling to break it into nanoparticles and synthesize of metal oxide biochars. Then we do characterizations, preparation of electrode slurry and electrochemical measurement. That means we do energy density, power density, specific capacity, and life cycle. So from the characterization of biochar, we do FTIR, FESM, XRD, and TG. So this is the rough preparation of EFB. Okay. So the EFB specification which we use is the fiber length is 4 to 6 inches. Moisture content is 10% to 15%. So this is the gasification process where we use this unit to do gasification process. And the beautiful girl over there is our student, our PhD student, who have done the gasification in our lab. Okay. So now, after we do the gasification, we get the biochar. We do synthesis of metal oxide biochar using activation. First step, we do activation of biochar. Next, we use titanium alkoxide precursor, TTIP, is prepared by using for production of TiO2, and we use TiO2. We combine with the biochar in hydrothermal process, and we get what we call a TiO2 with biochar. So this is electrode slurry preparation where we use PVDF and NMP. NMP is N-methyl N-pyrrolidine with PVDF and fully dissolved, and we get metal oxide of biochar, and we mix and stirring at 70 degrees Celsius at 24 hours. Then we use Dr. Blade method to do the coating on the substrate surface. Then and the slurries and all that, we dry it at 50 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. So this is the characterizations which we have performed using our biochar metal oxide biochars and our biochar and metal oxide biochars. Okay? So what are the electrochemical characterization which we have done? One is cyclic voltammetry. We are using GAMRI software. Cyclic CV measurements. We do charge and discharge experiments. And then EIS, electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, using potentiostat and galvanostat. The required data will be analyzed using the origin software. And the electrolyte that is used in this experiment is 1 molar of potassium hydroxide. So this is the results and discussion of cyclic voltammetry. We can see the scan rate is from 5 millivolt to 50 millivolt. We have done. Potential voltage is negative 0.5 volt to 0.1 volt. Linear relationships can occur. So that means it shows that excellent capacitive behavior. As the scan rate increases, voltage and oxidation constant indicate fast electron transfer. So the curve structure is upper and lower portions of the curve in symmetric shape and indicate capacitive behavior. So biochar with TiO2, it shows a better improvement. That means 1:1 means is TiO2 and biochar is 1:1 ratio. And we are making TiO2 concentration constant. That means 1, and we are increasing the biochar concentration. Okay. So we are going from 1 to 1 to 1 to 2 and 1 to 3. Okay. So from here we can see the EDL rises from charge separation and electrolyte interface, and it mainly associated with carbon-based material biochar due to their high surface area. The energy storage is primarily electrostatic. So next is pseudo capacitance. So from the pseudo capacitance, it involves Faradic reactions where you can see that 1 to 2, 1 to 3, and the biochars of 1 to 3 shows a better value. When the biochar concentration increases, it becomes more pseudocapacitance. Okay, so the composite of biochar and TiO2 combines advantages of both materials. So biochar provides high surface area for electric double layer capacitance, and TiO2 offers pseudocapacitance through redox reactions. So at high scan rate, ideal capacitance dominates due to the faster charging and discharging kinetics compared to pseudocapacitance. So TiO2 and biochar of ratio 1 to 3 gives the best because of higher biochar contents leads to larger contribution of EDL capacitance, electric double layer capacitance, and TiO2 content enhances the pseudocapacitance. So the obtained value of the specific capacitance may further enhance the optimization of biochar TiO2 nanoparticles thickness on the electrode. So next is we do a galvanostatic discharge study. So from here we can see that for all the 4 electrodes graph in triangular shapes, okay, the characteristics of ideal capacitive behavior, which indicates electrode primarily stores energy through electrical double layer capacity. So there is a desirable characteristic for supercapacitors, and it allows fast charging discharge cycles and excellent power density. Lower discharge time and lower current. As the current density decreases, the discharge time increases. Lower current allow more ions to intercalate into the electrode materials and leading to higher capacitance. The increase in discharge time and at lower current density suggests that biochar electrode can store more charge at lower charge and discharge rates. So this is likely due to better ion diffusions in the electrode. The next is the presence of the voltage plateau. You can see the voltage plateau over here. Okay, the voltage plateau. Okay, the voltage plateau suggests that a Faradic reaction might be occurring, contributing to pseudocapacitance, which can enhance the energy density. The IR drop, the infrared drop observed in the curves indicate the presence of internal resistance within the electrode and the overall cell. So the internal resistance, the increasing internal resistance drops with higher current density, common observations. So the increase in discharging time at lower current density indicates good rate. So from TiO2 biochar ratio 1 to 2, the discharge time are generally longer at all current density compared to TiO2 biochar ratios of 1 to 2. This suggests that higher capacitance due to increased amount of biochar, which is known for its high surface area. Okay, and the TiO2 biochar composites with 1 to 2 ratios demonstrate improved capacitive behavior compared to 1 to 1 ratios, as evidence of longer discharge times. And compared to 1 to 1 and 1 to 2, the discharge time of significantly longer at all current densities for 1 to 3 ratio electrodes. This suggests an even higher capacitance due to the increased amount of biochar. Okay, so from here we can summarize that the capacitance increases with increasing biochar content. Pseudocapacitance decreases because TiO2 content is decreasing when you are increasing the biochar content. Okay, so internal resistance, the IR, tends to increase with the increasing of biochar content. Okay, so from here we can see the XRD patterns. Okay, from here we can see that XRD spectrum confirms TiO2 and no phase of any other materials observed. So from here we can see that some extra peak also seen in XRD pattern, which may forms the substrate. Raw biochar and activated biochar both shows broader peaks indicating amorphous structure. When TiO2 with biochar composites, the addition of TiO2 introduces sharp peaks over here. You can see the sharp peaks over here. This shows that it is a amethyst, is likely amethyst or rutile, and it is a crystalline structure. So peak intensity of TiO2 content increases from 1.3 to 1.1. Okay. So the intensity of TiO2 peaks becomes more prominent, indicating a higher concentration of crystalline TiO2 in the composites. So this is the EIS electrochemical impedance spectroscopy. Okay. And the x-axis is the real part of the impedance, and the y-axis is the negative imaginary part of the impedance. As the TiO2 content increases from 1.3 to 1.1, TiO2 decreases with increase of biochar ratio. The overall impedance decreases. The combination of titanium oxide, the combination of titanium oxide and biochar has a lower impedance than biochar alone. Okay, just give me a minute. Okay, so the slope of the nearly vertical line shows that increase slightly with higher TiO2 content, suggesting a potential increase in solution resistance or a decrease in AA capacitance. So from here, TiO2 enhances the conductivity. The decrease in overall impedance, increasing TiO2 content, improves the electrical conductivity of the composites. High frequency regions, the almost all vertical lines in the region represents resistance, possibly a small semicircle related to charge transfer resistance. So the increase in the slope with high TiO2 content might suggest an increase in the solution resistance. So at low frequency regions, the incline line in the region indicates capacitive behavior, the closer. So low internal resistance indicates efficient ion transport in the electrolyte. Okay. Sorry. So from here, what we can conclude here is the surface area, higher biochar content implies a larger surface area leading to increased capacitance. TiO2 generally has better conductivity than biochar, which can impact charge transfer kinetics. So the interaction between TiO2 and biochar might create additional active sites or improve charge transfer. So the TiO2 biochar composites exhibit promising electrochemical performance with the 1:3 ratio showing the best overall results in terms of specific capacity, capacitance, energy density, and power density. So this is our future work where we are going to conduct long-term cycling tests to evaluate the stability of the material and explore the use of different electrolytes to improve the ionic conductivity. Okay. And this is the references. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful lecture.
Right.
Now the session is open for discussion. I
Yes.
invite the audience to share their thought or ask any questions. Feel free to participate. Audience. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes, audience. Ask any questions. Bajpai sir.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah.
So there is just one question. What will be the carbon percentage in the biochar, final biochar?
Okay.
My name is Hitesh.
Most of the carbon, because when we are doing gasification and we are getting the biochar is 100% of carbon actually. You will get 100% of carbon. Where we are activating the carbon over here, we are doing activation of the carbon. Then only we are introducing what we call metal oxides into this carbon. We are doing the intercalation using autoclave. Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
sir, got it. Like the same biochar we can use in the arc furnaces also.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Any other questions?
No, sir, it's
Okay. If there is no questions, thank you very much, sir, for your
Thank you.
thoughtful and insightful
Thank you.
lectures.
Thank you.
I would like to thank or extend my heartfelt thanks to organizing committee for making this session possible.
Thank
A
you.
big thanks
Thank
you all the audience members for your active participation and engagement. Have a great day ahead. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to share our research work with you. And we welcome more collaboration. If, let's say, we want to collaborate, we can go for grant applications and we can collaborate and do work together. No problem.
Yes, sir. Of course. Of course. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We are open. We are open. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Madam, please continue.
I thank one and all for the technical session of this international conference innovation in science for sustainable development 2025. I thank the chairperson, Principal Dr. Gajanan Sabri sir for joining the session. Professor Venga Balakrishnan for joining the session online. I thank session recorder, Dr. Ashwin Kumar Bajpayee sir. Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Professor Pooja Karpe from Department of Computer Science, welcome you all for the session of today International Conference on Innovation in Science Sustainable Development 2025. I humbly request Professor Dr. Meksham Patil Sir, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, to kindly join the session as the chairperson. Now, I request Dr. Sachin Tippat sir to please come on the dais. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Honorable Professor Dr. Shaila Alam, ICISSD University, Uttara, Dhaka, Bangladesh. I request Dr. Sachin Tippat sir, recorder of the session, to kindly introduce the guests.
Thank you, madam. On behalf of International Conference, first I welcome one and all. For today's afternoon session, we have Dr. Meksham Patil sir. Professor Dr. Meksham Patil sir, presently working as Associate Professor in Department of Chemistry at of UGC New Delhi at University Cincinnati, USA. Before that, in 2008, he worked as a research fellow as a sandwich PhD at Harvard in Java. In fact, Sir also got different awards. Sir got Raman Post Doctoral Research Fellowship Award from University of Cincinnati. Sir also got Research Fellowship Award from
and academics at Central Salt and Nagar, India. Sir also got three Govinda Memorial Best Senior Resource Fellowship Award in 2008 by ICISSD New Delhi. Sir also got Research Fellow under Scientist PhD. Sorry. Besides that, Sir also got Yelam Edena Palli Award for the Best PhD thesis in 2009. Sir, area of interest in hydrogenous catalyst, organic methodology and synthesis, nanostructural oxide material, and material sciences. Sir, citation 12,274, HI index 19 in scope, citation 1448, H index 19 as a Google Scholar. Sir, provided guidance for PhD to students. Sir completed one research project from UGC and Sir has different publications. So such a renowned personality, what we have for today's afternoon session, I welcome Sir again and request you, Sir, to initiate the lead lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a
Thank you for
nice introduction. Firstly, I am very much thankful to conference organizers for inviting me as a chairperson for this session. On this occasion, I welcome Dr. Shaila Alam as a speaker for this session. It's my pleasure and responsibility to introduce Dr. Shaila Alam. She is working as assistant professor in Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering at ICISSD University, Bangladesh. She has completed her MS and BSc degree from University of Dhaka. She also completed her PhD degree from Physical Chemistry Department from the same university, University of Dhaka. Dr. Shaila Alam's PhD research focuses on ionic liquid-based microemulsions and their applications in catalysis. She has published in leading journals and presented her research work at several international conferences. With her strong academic background and research expertise, Dr. Alam is a valuable contributor to both education and scientific area. I welcome Dr. Shaila Madam as a speaker for this session and invited her to deliver a lecture on topic physicochemical properties of TX100 microemulsion with variation of the anions of polar phase ionic liquids. I I invite Dr. Shaila Alam Madam to deliver her lecture.
Hello everyone. I am Shaila Alam for Dhaka, Bangladesh. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
yeah.
you. I am working as an assistant professor at ICISSD University in the Tripoli department. Today I am very honored to get chance to show my part of the PhD work in this international conference on innovations in science for sustainable development. Especially I want to thank Professor Dr. Vasudio Gurunre to give me the chance to participate in this conference. I want to share my presentation. Please give me a few seconds. Is it visible to everyone? Is it visible?
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I want to start. I want to say something about the physicochemical properties of TX100 microemulsions with variation of the anions of polar phase ionic liquids. Go to that. 1 minute, please. বড় করতে হবে।
এভাবে বলো।
বলা যাবে না তো। বুঝ চলে। 1 minute, please. There is little bit problem. মাইকটা বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছ না বউ? মাইকটা কোথায় আসবে? হ্যাঁ। নিচে নামছে না তো। নিচে নামছে না। 1 minute, please. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Yeah. I made a series of ionic liquid-based microemulsions. Ionic liquid is used as the polar phase. I use the different type of technique to prepare these microemulsions, and I characterize the series of microemulsion and identified the physicochemical properties in certain philosophical basis, and I also find out the microstructure of that microemulsions. First, I want to say something about the background of my work. What is microemulsions? Microemulsions are homogeneous mixtures composed of two mutually immiscible liquid phases, one spontaneously dispersed in the other with the assistance of one or more surfactants and or co-surfactants. There are several types of microemulsions that are Windsor 1, Windsor 2, Windsor 3, and Windsor 4. There are some problems associated with the use of conventional microemulsion. In conventional microemulsion, like in water-based microemulsion, in the hydrophobic part, that is in the core, the oil phase exists. And in the bulk, that is outside of the core, water phase exists. And in the water microemulsions, the core is filled with water and the continuous phase is the oil phase. But there are some problems to use this conventional microemulsion. One is if we use volatile organic solvent as the oil phase, this oil phase is not regarded as green medium. And if we use water as the polar phase, it cannot dissolve a wide range of chemicals. So what is a better replacement of these polar and non-polar phases in this microemulsion? This is a matter of our thinking. Can we use the ionic liquid? Is it the green solvent that we can use both as the substitute of oil phase and water phase? Yes, because non-volatile ionic liquids are non-volatile. These non-volatile ionic liquids used as the oil phase can be regarded as green media. And if we use ionic liquids as polar phase, this can dissolve a number of chemicals. So what is ionic liquids? Ionic liquids are salt that generally consist of bulky cation and organic or inorganic anion. It is entirely made up of ions, mostly liquid below 100 degrees Celsius. They are less volatile, non-flammable, and highly thermally stable. Sorry, their properties may be tailored for specific application. This is the example of ionic liquid. The name is 1-butyl 3-methyl imidazolium tetrafluoroborate. It has a head part and two side chain, that is methyl group and butyl group. And tetrafluoroborate is the anionic part. This is shown in the presentation, the cationic part and the anionic part of the ionic liquid. There are several literature review on this ionic liquid based microemulsion working. This is the present issue that can be used as a substitute of the organic medium, volatile organic medium. Gao et al. Work on this subject, and he analyzes the cyclic voltammogram on specific ionic liquid, especially C4-MIM-PF6. Lee et al. Also work on ionic liquid C4-MIN-BF4. Conductivity investigation shows different kind of results. Also shows the bicontinuous medium. There are several papers. Chang et al. Also showed that waterless microemulsions have potential application, especially when water should be avoided. And the paper that Gao et al. Published showed that stability of microemulsions, amount of solubilization in ionic liquid also vary time to time. There are many other papers, but the scientific gap is few reports on tunability of structure of microemulsions by varying the structure of ionic liquid, and there is no report on comparative studies of conventional and ionic liquid microemulsion. So the objective of my work is to study the availability of microregions with the variation of structure of ionic liquids in microemulsion and preparation of ionic liquid based microemulsion and study of their physicochemical properties. Now I will talk on preparation of ionic liquid microemulsion. In the conventional and in the ionic liquid based macroemulsion, in both cases, we have to use a polar phase and the non-polar phase. And we have to also use a surfactant. In my work, I use non-ionic surfactant Titron X100. The structure is shown here. As for comparative study, I use several kinds of ionic liquids. Their cation is fixed. I use C4-MIM cation and I vary the anionic part. Three types of anion I used: boron tetrafluoride, ethyl sulfate, and methyl sulfate. To prepare this ionic liquid microemulsions, this is my composition. I use 70% TX100 and other amount is the hydrophilic ionic liquid and the cyclohexane. I mix these three kind of solutions, three kinds of solvent solutions and Titron X100, sonicate it at 40 degrees Celsius, and then I get the clear microemulsion. It is thermodynamically stable up to 1 year and optically isotropic. Ionic liquid is more advantageous to prepare wide range of microemulsion. I study different kind of physicochemical properties. Viscosity and conductivity measurement was done to show the transport properties, and also dynamic light scattering method was used to measure the droplet size of microemulsion. So this is my work. I used different kinds of polar phased ionic liquids where the cation is fixed but anion is different. Three kinds of anion I have used and the cation is fixed, that is C2-MIM methyl sulfate, C2-MIM, the methyl ethyl imidazolium cation. The structures are shown here. This is the result of my work. This is the conductivity results of different kind of microemulsions. when I increase the R phase. R means polar phase to T100 mole ratio. And this is the result of the microemulsions where I used the ionic liquid C2-MIM BF4. With the increase of the R value, that is ionic liquid to T100 value, first we see that the conductivity increases slowly. Conductivity is low in ionic liquid in oil microemulsions where droplets are embedded in non-conducting continuous cyclohexane medium. Then when I further increase the R value, we see that the conductivity sharply increases because clustering of the droplets occurs, which enhances the transfer of ions from one droplet to another through channels. Further increasing the R value also increases the conductivity because in these cases, the reason for the higher conductivity is formation of oil in ionic liquid microemulsions, where the ions of ionic liquid move easily in the bulk. This is the comparative study of different kind of ionic liquid microemulsions, where the cation is fixed and anion varies. When the cation is BF4, in that case, we see that increasing the value of R, the conductivity increases sharply. And in the another two cases, where the anion is used as methyl sulfate and ethyl sulfate, there is also increase in conductivity with the increase of R value, but the trend is little bit lower than compared to the ionic liquid C2-MIM BF4. If we see the viscosity graph, then also we see that in the case of C2-MIM BF4 ionic liquid based microemulsion, the viscosity sharply increases with the increasing value of R. When the value of R is lower, circulation of cyclohexane in the bulk with the ionic liquid in oil droplets occur. Then with the increasing of R value, clustering of ionic liquid in oil droplets due to the attractive interaction of droplets, and viscosity also increases. And further we see that at the higher value of R, the solution becomes more viscous and more viscous ionic liquid in the bulk of the droplets. This is the comparative data when we used three different types of ionic liquid microemulsions. And I want to try the comparative study of this viscosity data with the conductivity data. In the case of the ionic liquid C24 methyl sulfate, we see that the viscosity is the highest compared to the other two data, but the conductivity is lower. The conductivity is lower in the ionic liquid based microemulsion where the anion is methyl sulfate used because the methyl sulfate anion is tightly bound to the cation with cation of C2-MIM because the methyl sulfate is in a size is smaller compared to ethyl sulfate, and it has a strong electrochemical attraction with the anion. As cation and anion is tightly bound, the ion separation is difficult. So as the ion separation is difficult, its movement low, so conductivity is low. As the movement is low, so one layer cannot slide over another layer. So viscosity is in the case is higher compared to other two values. And if we consider the system where BF4 boron tetrafluoride is the anion, the conductivity is highest because BF4 is a smaller anion. It can dissociate easily from the compound. So ions can move fast and conductivity shows the highest value. As the conductivity shows the highest value, the different layers can slide quickly. so the viscosity is lower. This is the data of the droplet size of the various kind of microemulsion system. In every case, we see that with increasing value of R, the diameter of the droplets increases. Here is the data, but we see that in the series where C2-mean BF4 ionic liquid is used, the droplet sizes are bigger compared to the another systems. This is because as BF4 anion can easily dissociate from the cation, so this cation and anion can easily incorporate it into the core of the reverse myceli. As it can easily incorporate it into the reverse myceli core, the size is bigger than compared to the another systems. What is reverse myceli dominated microemulsions? If we consider this circle as a core, then the surfactants are distributed in such a way. The tail part is in the bulk site and in the head part is in the core site. As the tail part is in the bulk site, so the tail part, that is hydrophobic part, attract the hydrophobic cyclohexane. So cyclohexane is also exist in the bulk, and in the core, which is hydrophilic, it attracts the ionic liquid in the center. So this is the structure of the reverse myceli dominated microemulsion. Now, what is the myceli dominated microemulsion? In the core, the head part is inside the core. Sorry, the tail part is inside the core, and the head part, that is polar part, is in the bulk. So the polar part attract the ionic liquid which is in the bulk side. And as the core part is oil part, it attracts the cyclohexane part. So this is the structure of the myceli dominated microemulsions. Now this can be the chain of effect of chain length and shape of anion on the physicochemical property of ionic liquid microemulsions. In the first case, we see that in methyl sulfate dominated ionic liquid microemulsions, only we see the reverse myceli. There are no bicontinuous microemulsion is formed, or myceli dominated microemulsion not formed, because methyl C2-meme methyl sulfate is tightly bound. The breakdown of this ion is very difficult. In the second phase, we see that when we used C2-meme ethyl sulfate, three kinds of microstructure can exist. Myceli dominated microemulsion, bicontinuous microemulsion, and reverse myceli dominated microemulsions. And same occur in the case of ionic liquid microemulsion, where C2-meme boron tetrafluoride is used. Now, if I compare these three systems with the physicochemical properties, conductivity, viscosity, and size, we can see the overall picture. Conductivity shows the highest value for C2-meme BF4. That is where ionic liquid with anion boron tetrafluoride is used, because it can easily dissociate. So ionic movement increases and conductivity shows the highest value. But the conductivity, as the conductivity shows the highest value, the viscosity is low because the movement of layers increases. And the size of the system where C2-meme boron tetrafluoride is used shows the bigger size of the droplet, because as the ions can dissociate it easily, they can incorporate it into the core, so the size is also bigger. This slide shows the different kind of interactions between the ionic liquid and the Titan X100. Here we see that different kinds of interactions. Hydrogen atom adjacent to the C2 atom of C2-meme ion and lone pair of oxygen atom of the ethylene oxide group in titron X100. Anion of ionic liquid and hydrogen atom of TX100 hydroxyl terminals. In addition, dipole-induced dipole type of interaction exists between TX100 phenyl pi electron cloud and C2-meme ion. Also side chain of ionic liquid anion to the tail part of titron X100. Now we can analyze the microstructure. When ionic liquid is incorporated in a system, so the oil phase is cyclohexane and in the reverse mycelic core, ionic liquid exists. With the increase of ionic liquid, the core size increases and the joining of cores due to the hydrophobic interaction occur. We increasing the ionic liquid gradually, the bicontinuous microemulsion forms and different kind of channels between the microemulsions ion can move easily. And further increasing the ionic liquid, the system change and goes to the reverse mycelially dominated microemulsion. This is the probable structure of ionic liquid based microemulsion. First, in the first diagram, we see that in the reverse mycelially dominated microemulsion, the core is filled with ionic liquid and the bulk is cyclohexane. And in the right side, it is the mycelially dominated microemulsion where the bulk is ionic liquid and the core is cyclohexane. So, as a conclusion, we can say that hydrophilic ionic liquid can serve as the polar phase and hydrophobic ionic liquid can serve as the oil phase for preparation of ionic liquid based microemulsion. We also investigated the physicochemical properties of the microemulsion by polar phase to surfactant mole ratio when we changed. And variation in polar phase to surfactant mole ratio leads to different microstructures in ionic liquid based microemulsions. And depending on the type of polar phase, non-polar phase and ionic liquid, microemulsions become either single or double microstructure system. And finally, ionic liquid based microemulsions with suitable compositions can be potentially much better alternative for water or conventional microemulsions as medium for reactions under optimum condition. Thank you, sir, for giving me the chance to present my work.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam. You have
Welcome, sir.
You have presented nice work. Now session is open for discussion. I request participant to ask the doubt or any questions in their mind. Participant, please.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, can we use these micro emulsions in cosmetic formulations?
Yes, we can use microemulsions in cosmetics formulation because in cosmetics we use lot of organic or inorganic components that are harmful, maybe harmful for our skin. They may be volatile. Yes. They may be not heat resistance, not light resistance. But we can tune the ionic liquid in various forms to acquire the required structure. As it is today, it is used worldwide as the green solvent because you see the structure. We can tune it in different ways. We can tune the cationic part, we can tune the anionic part. So according to our requirement, we can change its structure. So it can be the better option to use instead of using the harmful chemicals.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. If anyone have any questions or doubt, they can ask. Please unmute and ask. I think there is no more questions from audience. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for such an enlightening lecture. We are very much thankful to you.
Sir.
Thankful to you for joining here, for giving an invited talk. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. I thank one and all for the technical session 2 of this international conference, Innovation in Science for the Sustainable Development 2025. I thank the chairperson, Professor Dr. Meg Sham Patil sir, for joining the session online. I thank today's session speaker, Professor Dr. Shaila Alam, for joining the session online. I thank session recorder Dr. Sachin Tippat sir. Thank you.
Everyone. Dr. Nilesh Galande, Department of Physics. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Nilesh, Department of Physics. Presentation session of research paper at the International Conference on Innovation in Science for Sustainable Development. We have person of this session.
Your voice is
He
breaking,
is a
sir.
professor
You are not
in
audible
chemistry
to everyone.
at Sri Shivaji Science College. We also have Dr. Vivek Umne as a jury for this session. He is a professor in chemistry at R.R. Lahoti Science College, Morsi. Welcome, sir. Also, we have Dr. Gopal He is a professor in chemistry at Government Vidarbha Institute of Science and Humanities, Amravati. Welcome.
Thank
This session will feature solar station. Miss Vandana.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir.
Miss Vandana Zangre to present her research work.
So, is my PPT visible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Audible?
Yes.
organizing committee and fellow participants. My name is Vandana Jangade. I am research scholar of BC Raipur and I am working as assistant professor of chemistry in GC Jagdalpur.
Hello,
Topic of
Vandana,
my
share your
presentation
PPT.
is comparative study on the decomposition rate, decomposition environment, leaf litter, and challenges in composting. Is visible? Can I start?
No, it's not visible.
Hello, share your PPT.
Yes, sir. Now?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. The main aim of my research is to find out the reason of slow decomposition of the leaves of sal trees, that is Soria robusta, and solve the problem of its adverse effect on the fertility of the soil, and convert these sal leaves into valuable compost by finding out the challenges in conversion of sal leaves into compost. And in this way, the major problem of disposal of sal leaves is taken care of, which is good for the environment. Thus, it is a sustainable approach to solve one environmental concern. Now, introduction. As I am from Bastar region of Chhattisgarh, which is famous for dense sal forest, and sal leaves are widely used in many purposes, but leaves are very slow to decompose. The aim of this research is to compare the decomposition rate of sal leaves and other leaf litters, and finding out the solution for composting this sal leaves and converting it into compost. Total forest area in Chhattisgarh is around 59,772 square kilometers, out of which over around 4,245 kilometers, which is a very large area. Now, objective of this work is comparison the composition impacts of decomposition process and identifying the challenges for converting the solids into compost and suggesting potential solutions for improved composting. Now, decomposition process overview. As we know, organic matter breakdown is done by microorganisms like fungus and environmental factors like moisture, temperature, and other conditions. Factors of composition like moisture, temperature, microbial activity, and leaf composition. Why composition of sal leaves? Sal leaves is rich in high lignite, 24 months for decompose. Litters take only 3 to 6. This time period is very large because 12 to 24 months is a large time period. So the accumulation of sal leaves cause infertility of the soil and also not good for other crops and trees to grow. So it implications for soil enrichment and nutrient cycling. And we know that lignin is highly branched 3D polymer of phenyl propanoid units, and it is very difficult for enzymes to break down these sal leaves, and that's why it takes 12 to 24 months to decompose. Now, environmental impacts of slow decomposition. Due to slow decomposition, the soil of sal forest covered areas become reduced. Soil fertility is reduced, and it also causes the fire hazard in forest areas, and it delays the recycling of the organic matter. And the major problem is allelopathic effect, which is caused by the lignin and other chemical composition like tannins.
and flavonoids in sal leaves, which release chemicals in the soil and inhibit the growth of other plant species. So it is difficult to grow other plant species in that sal forest covered areas, and also reduce the biodiversity in forest ecosystem. Changes in composting sal leaves. There are many challenges. First one is, as I have already told, that content, which is difficult for microbes to break down. And sal leaves also consist of low and it causes a barrier around the plant cell. Sal leaves. First one is pre-treatment method: shredding, soaking, and mixing with nitrogen-rich materials. Second one is microbial inoculants. Like I said, particular specialized fungus and bacteria are used for decomposition process. Vermicomposting, use of earthworm to break down the sal leaves efficiently. Layered composting, mixing with fast decomposing organic matters and maintaining the moisture around 50 to 60%, and optimum temperature around 45 to 60 degrees Celsius cause the faster breakdown of the sal leaves and helps in conversion of sal leaves into compost. Now, conclusion and recommendation. As sal leaf decomposition is significantly slower than common leaf litter, a slow decomposition impacts soil health and waste accumulation in basta forest, and adoption of improved composting techniques can enhance sustainability and benefit local communities. And by converting sal leaves into compost and decomposing it, we can utilize the sal trees covered forest area for growing shade tolerant crops like turmeric, ginger, black pepper, and other agroforestry purpose, which is good for the economy as well as the environment. These are the references which I have used in my paper, and thank you. Any questions? Is there any questions?
Okay, fine.
Sir, your voice I hear you. Hello. Hello.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Can you extend your work on sal as a sal flower or any other?
Actually, my work is based on the decomposition of sal leaves, that is Soria robusta leaves. So, because in Chhattisgarh, that is Bastar region, the sal forest is covered with sal leaves, and it takes 1 to 2 years to decompose, and it causes the infertility of the soil. So, I want to find out the solutions for decomposing the sal leaves and converting it into compost, so as to solve two problems. First problem is solve the infertility caused by the accumulation of sal leaves, and second problem is converting sal leaves into valuable compost.
Any other application of sal leaf in medical
Yes,
field?
sir. There are lots of medicinal purpose of sal leaves, and it is also used in making bowl and paper plates. Sorry, leaves plates.
Can you study in your laboratory?
Yes, sir.
Which property?
Sir, mostly I have focused on the chemical composition of sal leaf, like it is mainly composed of lignin. Major composition is lignin, and that's why it took time to decompose. But by mixing it with nitrogen-rich materials, we can solve the problem of its slow decomposition.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for nice presentation. Any other question?
Thanks a
Kumni,
lot,
sir.
sir.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next participant.
Nagar sir.
Here, kindly sum your presentation within their time limits of 6 minutes. Now, I would like to invite our next participant, Dr. Deshpande, sir, to present the result work. Our next participant, Mr. Ram Kohli, sir, to present the research work.
Murika sir, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is there any problem in connectivity?
I think there is some technical problem from server.
Okay. So we will wait.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Sir, PPT is visible?
No.
PPT is not visible.
तुम्ही शेअर करायला स्क्रीन आवाज
Please start your presentation, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I am audible?
Yes. Continue.
Okay.
Please
Good
continue.
afternoon to all. Myself, Ram Babasaheb Kohire, Swami Vivekananda Senior College, Mantha. My college is affiliated to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Sambhajinagar. My oral presentation topic is synthesis, characterization, and antimicrobial activity of novel ligand and their metal complexes, which is derived from chromone and hydrogen. Abstract: the chromone and hydrogen ligand was synthesized by the condensation of equimolar amount of 6-methyl 4-oxo-4-hydrochromine 3-carbaldehyde is reacted with the 4-methyl 1,2,3 thiazole 5-carbohydrates. The synthesized ligand was characterized by elemental analysis, that is IR, H1NMR, C13, and mass spectra. Some donor ligand is containing NO, ONO, donor atom, skip-based spectroscopic analysis, antimicrobial activity. Introduction: the synthesis of chromone derivatives have been of special interest due to their biological activity, including antimicrobial, anti-cancer, antioxidant. These derivatives also serve as intermediate of many products of pharmaceuticals, agrochemicals, and dyestuff. In addition, formylchromone and its derivatives inhibit human proteins phosphates. Skip base are important class of ligand in catalysis of and organic synthesis. Furthermore, these ligands and their metal complexes had a variety of biological, clinical, and analytical industrial application. Skip bases of chromone and hydrogen functional group belongs to a large class of azomethine, which is distinguished from other members. This class example imine and oxime by the presence of two adjacent nitrogen atom hydrogens. Skip base is acyl, aryl, and heteroaryl compound have an additional donor site like carbonyl. The spectral data of this ligand: the color of this ligand is spongy white, yield is 68%, melting point is 228 degrees Celsius. This IR spectra shows that the IR frequency in the region 3138 due to the NS stage. The IR frequency observed in the region 1669 due to carbonyl group of chromone, and 1632 IR frequency observed due to the carbonyl group on hydrogenic compounds. Then the C double bond N stage frequency observed in the region 1595. Then NMR spectra shows that the 12.33 due to the NH frequency singlet, then 9.83 singlet 1 hydrogen due to the C double bond NH, and 6.86 due to the multiplate 5 hydrogen on aromatic rings. Then 3.80 singlet due to the 3 hydrogen of methyl group, that is on chromone moieties. 2.97 singlet 3 hydrogen due to the CS3 group on hydrogen moieties. These are the C13 NMR spectra shows that the peak observed in the region 163 due to the carbonyl chromone, and 159.66 due to the carbonyl group on hydrogen, 158.94 due to the C double bond N H, and 15.34 due to the CS3 group on chromone moieties, 12.87 due to the CS3 on hydrogen. This mass spectra shows that the base peak observed in the 327. These are the synthesis methods of novel ligand. When 6-methyl 1,4-oxo-4-hydrochromine 1, 2, 3 thiazole 5 carbohydrates is reacted with the few drops of acetic acid and reflux 4 to 5 hours. It gives This ligands moiety, that 12E, 4-methyl, N, 4-oxo, 4-hydrochromine, 3-eel, methylene, 1,2,3 thiazole, 5 carbohydrates. These are the NMR spectra shows in the PPT, that mass spectra, IR spectra, and UV spectra. These are the values, all that value already explained. These are the biological activity of the ligand. Ligand shows more biological activity. Application of skip bases. Skip bases as chemotherapeutic agent, skip bases is antibiotic agent, skip bases and their transition metal complex acts as an anti-cancer agent, skip bases and their transition metal complex acts as anti-HIV agent, skip bases and their transition metal complexes shows anti-inflammatory agents, skip base and their transition metal complexes shows neurological drugs. It is wild application in industrial field, wild application in analytical field. Okay, thank you.
Any question from audience?
Yes, is there any question?
Hello, Mr. Ram.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have prepared skip base
Yes, sir.
and the metal complexes. You have not shown here any one spectrum of the metal complex.
No, sir.
And secondly, what you are getting,
yes,
the antimicrobial biological activity.
Ah.
And from this it is observed that the ligand is more active, whereas the complexes are less.
No, no, sir. Metal
why
complex
we are
also. Yes, sir. Metal complex is also more active than the ligand.
But your result that you have shown in this slide, that the value of metal complex is less. So whether your metal is toxic or what, have you studied all these things? Why the values are less than the value of ligand?
Because the chelation, due to the chelation region, metal complexes shows less biological activity than the ligand.
Okay, so what is the application of formation of these metal complexes then?
Skip bases has a wide application in industrial field, the synthesis field.
I know
It is also
have a wide application, but why you are studying metal complexes if the skip base has more biological activity than the complex? So why you are preparing complexes? Whether you want to compare these studies or what?
Yes, I will study comparatively study on other metal complexes. Whatever I am selecting that reactant molecule, that is chromone and hydrogen. It has a wide application. It has more biological activity, and it acts as anti-cancer, antibacterial agents. Due to this reason, I am selecting this skill base.
So you say that your ligand is anti-cancerous.
Yes.
So which study have you completed all the spectrum of biological activity that proves your ligand is cancerous?
Whatever that chromone and hydrogen, I am studying references regarding that my research work. That references show that the chromone and hydrogen has wide application in microbial activity, biological activity, anti-cancer activity. Due to this reason, I am selecting that chromone and hydrogen moiety for my synthesis of skip base.
So your ligand is working in the same direction or what?
Yes.
Is your ligand has some biological activities?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Next, please.
Hello, Mr. Ram, are you hearing me? Hello, Mr. Ram, are you hearing me? Mr. Ram? Mr. Ram, are you hearing me?
If you don't have any questions, then we may proceed further.
Mr. Ram, are you hearing me? Mr. Ram? Murikar sir, are you hearing me?
Yes, yes, we are hearing you, sir.
Yeah, maybe some technical problem with Mr.
Okay.
Ram.
So we
Okay,
will.
so we can go with other candidate?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
sir. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Now, I would like to invite next participant, Ms. Damini S. Shenmar, to present the research work.
Hello, Acharya. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Damini Shetbake, research scholar, Janta Mahavidyalaya, Chandrapur. My research topic is synthesis, characterization, thermal, and photoluminescence studies of newly synthesized metal complex, sulfanic acid thiourea formaldehyde with copper and nickel. My research work is under the supervision of Dr. Jyotsna V. Khobragade Madam, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry from Guru Nanak College of Science, Kolhapur, and Dr. W. B. Guru Sir from Kamlanepur. Slide change ना होते हैं सर slide हाँ Introduction. In a simple word, here we synthesize the metal complex with copper and nickel because it has versatile property like thermal stability, antimicrobial property, photoluminescent property, electrical conductivity, ion exchange property, etc., etc. So numerous studies have explored the various organic components in different properties used to create a distinctive polymer, each with unique characteristic properties and application.
गाणं कोणी आहे का पाठवा हे बंद करा बरं. हे आवाज येतो.
Metal salt in a ratio of 2:1. That means the polymer SaTF1, 2 gram of SaTF1 is firstly dissolved in the ethanol, and in another beacon, 1 gram of metal salt is dissolved in the ethanol for the 2 hours. After that, both are then taken out in the RB flask and reflux for the 3 hours at 60 degrees Celsius. As the reaction completed, colloidal mixture is found, which is carried out and dried. After this recrystallization method has been carried out with the help of organic solvent like ether and ethanol, and then dried in an oven at 70 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. In this way, we get our metal complex. Now, here we can see the result and discussion. First one is elemental analysis. Elemental analysis, here we see the percentage of elements like carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, sulfur, and metal. Here we can see the calculated value of the percentage of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur, as well as the metal, which are very close to the observed value, these are the results which are come from the STIC India, Kochi. So it means that metal is coordination of metal with the ligand is successful. That means our compound is a synthesis of our compound, that is metal complex, is successful. Now another spectroscopy is the UV visible spectroscopy. As you can see in the graph, there are 3 graphs. First graph showing the SaTF1 terpolymer, and another graph showing the SaTF metal complex of copper, and SaTF1 metal complex of nickel. The shift in the graph is due to the presence of, or we can say the cooperation of metal in the ligand. So here we can say that the bonding of metal in the ligand is successful. Now the FTIR. Here we can see the many peaks in the graph. This is due to the presence of various bond that is aryl stretching due to the aryl CH stretching, NH stretching, C double bond S stretching, aryl stretching, CH2 bending. So we can see the various peaks at the different wavelength which are responsible, or we can say we can conclude that the bonding of metal is with the nitrogen and sulfur of the polymer ligand. Next one is same. As you can see in the images, these images are much more smoother as compared to the polymer ligand. It means that it shows more crystallinity as compared to the polymer ligand. So it shows more crystalline nature than the polymer ligand. In ICISSD graph, we can see the many peaks, that some are broad peaks and some are narrow peaks. But if we compare these peaks with the polymer ligand, we conclude that it is more crystalline as compared to the polymer ligand. Now thermal studies. From the thermal study, we can conclude that whose thermal stability is 4. And from the by studying its kinetic study and the thermal study, we analyze that the thermal stability of the polymer ligand of copper is more, followed by the polymer metal complex of the nickel. And the polymer ligand have low thermal stability. Photoluminescence property is a property where the metal complex emit the its light as the electrons jump from ground state to the higher state, and when it comes back to its ground state, it emits the light. From this graph, we can see the peaks. The more intense peak we see in between the 280 and 260, 460 and 480 nanometer, which is it means that it emits the blue light radiation. So conclusion are we synthesize the acid of metal complexes successfully, and we study its thermal property and the photoluminescence property, means that it has more thermal resistance as compared to polymer ligand. So it can be used in the batteries, electronics, and due to the photoluminescence property, it can be used as the, or we can say it is appreciated for light emitting diode. So these are the properties, and spectroscopy of these ligands, metal complexes has been carried out, which means that bonding between the polymer and the metal complexes is successful. Thank you so much. These are the references. Thank you.
Now the topic is open for discussion. If anybody has some question, then please ask.
Okay. Ms. Damini, are you hearing me? Malik sir, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, sir. So allow the next.
She left, I think.
Then allow the next participant.
Okay, okay. Please come next participant.
Sir, please mention the name.
Yeah. Sonal Shellar is there? Sonal Shellar, Sachin Dhawde.
Yes,
Vaidehi? Yeah.
Sachin Dhawde.
Sachin Dhawde. Okay, you can
Sir,
start.
Vaideki is also. Okay, sir.
Yeah. So,
Okay, I will
Hello.
present next next
yeah,
time,
next.
sir.
You
Okay.
can come in next. Sachin Dhawde,
Okay,
you
sir.
can start.
Thank you.
Mr. Sachin Dhawde, you can start.
Okay, sir. Good evening to organizer committee and all the participants who are present here, their research work. So this is my presentation. I think my slide is visible.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is my topic, that is study on photocatalytic efficacy of TiO2 embedded ZNO nanocomposite. This is abstract. This study focus on the synthesis and characterization of TiO2 embedded ZNO nanocomposite with varying titania TiO2 content, that is 1%, 3%, 5%, to evaluate their photocatalytic activities. Also, the nanocomposite were synthesized using Sol-Gel method and characterized by XRD, SEM, FTIR, and UV visible spectroscopy, especially UV-DRS. The photocatalytic degradation of rhodamine 6G dye was tested under UV light. Among the synthesized samples, ZNO 5% TiO2 nanocomposite exhibit enhanced photocatalytic efficiency. It gives the 93.32% degradation of rhodamine 6G with a reaction rate that is now 8.97 into 10 raised to -3 meter. This TiO2 embedded ZNO nanocomposite offers functionality enhancing the photocatalytic activities. Again, further research will focus on their scalability and visible light photocatalytic performance to enhance their applications in environmental remediation and biomedical applications. So keywords are TiO2 embedded ZNO nanocomposite, photocatalyst, and rhodamine 6G. So this is introductory part. Introduction. The rapid industrialization and urbanization of modern society have led to generation of vast amount of water and air pollution, which are threats to environmental sustainability and human health. In water pollution, synthetic dyes are a particular concern due to their extensive use in industries, that is textile and cosmetics. They are highly toxic, carcinogenic, and non-biodegradable, making it critical to remove from wastewater. Hence, require strategies for effective detection and degradation. The various conventional methods for water treatment, that is physical, chemical, biological degradation methods, are there. Here, in this context, semiconductor-based technology, particularly photocatalysis, have emerged as a promising solution for environmental remediation. Semiconductor materials such as zinc oxide, titania, that is titanium dioxide, tin oxide, and tungsten oxide have give significant attention due to their unique physicochemical property, including high photocatalytic activity, chemical stability, and tunable electronic properties. The synthesis of TiO2 nanoparticle. So Sudhir Arbos proposed a synthesis of anastas TiO2 nanoparticle, or a simple hydrolysis of titanium chloride. 1 mole of titanium chloride was added in 30 ml of ice cold deionized water in 500 ml round bottom flask. 10 ml ammonia solution dropwise added. So this procedure, this is the schematic diagram. So in that diagram, zinc nitrate, then CTAP, hydrogen peroxide, and well prepared TiO2 are mixed in a ethanol. Then drop by drop NaOH is added, that is 25 ml NaOH is added. Then gel form. After drying, and calcination, it gives a TiO2 ZNO nanoflowers. Their characterization. So for the characterization purpose, optical studies, that is UV spectroscopy, XRD, then FESEM and FTIR. So by using that spectroscopic method, we characterize whatever the products are obtained. So this is first characterization technique, UV visible absorption spectroscopy. So in that spectra, the first, it gives figure A gives TiO2 ZNO nanoparticle and their composite. Then in that 1%, 3% and 5% TiO2 that is added in a composite. Then this is the B, figure B, which gives the improving in light harvesting with increasing TiO2 loading, that is content. And spectra C, it gives the effect on band gap with increasing TiO2 content. Then XRD. So this is the XRD spectra. Here, the diffractogram of TiO2 ZNO nanoparticles and their composite. The prominent peaks of 2 theta values of 31.8, 34.5, 36.3, 47.5. So, so on. It gives the HKL values. So here, the TiO2 ZNO, 1% TiO2 and ZNO, 3% TiO2 and ZNO, 5% TiO2 and ZNO. So in that way, the TiO2 percentage get increased, and it gives a different XRD patterns, and these are the their values. Then next characterization, that is FESEM. So here, this is the TiO2, plain TiO2 nanoparticle. This is the rod-like zinc oxide, that is ZNO nanoparticles. Here, the 1% TiO2 and remaining ZNO, that is composite. Then 3%, here is a flower-like image obtained, that is morphology are observed. 3% TiO2, and finally it is a 5% TiO2. Then next, FTIR. So FTIR spectra, which reveals corresponding fundamental modes of vibration, structural features and chemical bonding environment of zinc oxide, TiO2 and ZNO TiO2 nanocomposites. Here, broad peaks around 500 to 700 per centimeter corresponds to stretching and bending vibration of TiO2, which sharpens at higher 1, 3 and 5% of TiO2 due to reduced TiO-Ti bond formation. Then this is the proposed growth mechanism of TiO2 ZNO nanoflowers. The formation of TiO2 ZNO nanoflower involved a reaction mechanism proposed at the room temperature through the sol gel method. It interplays between nucleation growth, that is the steps are present, nucleation growth, self-assembly to form flower-like morphologies. This is the photocatalytic activity. Here, the simple zinc oxide nanoparticle, the rhodamine CG, their degradation is 60.99%, and this is the rate constant. If we add 1% TiO2 in ZNO, that is nanocomposite, that efficiency, that is degradation efficiency, get increased 90.12, and 3% TiO2, it is 92.24, and after adding 5% TiO2, it shows 93.32, and this is the formula. By using that, we find out the degradation of rhodamine CG, that is the efficiency of photocatalytic activity. And this is the mechanism. This is conclusion. Zinc oxide and TiO2 ZNO polyscale were successfully synthesized by sol gel method and were confirmed by various sophisticated analytical techniques. The UV visible spectroscopy revealed that due to TiO2 loading and absorption, the absorption ability of TiO2 ZNO nanocomposite in UV as well as visible region increased with dopant concentration, indicating that it can be used as a good photocatalyst in visible light. The doped sample compared with word side ZNO photocatalytic performance of TiO2 loaded sample over rhodamine 6G is enhanced compared to pristine ZNO under UV light irradiation. Again, 5% TiO2 ZNO nanocomposite exhibits the highest photocatalytic efficacy among all the TiO2 ZNO sample studies. And these are the some references. Thank you. If any query, please ask.
Yes, sir. I have some question.
Okay, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, sir.
Can I? Sachin sir, how do you calculate the degradation efficiency of rhodamine G?
So it gets calculated. Hello.
Yes.
It gets calculated. Mhm. So with the help
By
of
which
formula.
instrument? No. I want to
Huh?
ask. By which instrument do you calculate uh, degradation efficiency?
Degradation efficiency.
By this formula, you will get you can calculate, but how to determine, means in which instrument do you determine the rhodamine G degraded at 180 minute? Hello.
Mr. Sachin, are you here?
Hello.
Mr. Sachin?
Hello, Mr. Sachin. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sachin.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. It is calculated with the help of UV visible spectrophotometer.
Yes, correct. But do you you are not showing the graph of degradation of rhodamine G by UV instrument. That's why I am asking this question.
Because of time limit,
Thank you.
sir, we does not mention or does not add that
Okay, it's
graph
fine.
here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Any other question? Any other question from audience?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I do have a question. In the photocatalytic activity, can you please show that slide? Yeah, you have shown that by increasing the concentration of ZNO, right?
Yes.
Your degradation percent is getting increasing, right? The last
Yes.
is 93%. Have you
Yes.
tried further that?
No, we take a sample 1%, 3%, and 5% only, madam.
No. I wanted to ask, what if you do it 7%? Your activity can increase, right?
Yes.
Yeah, have you tried that? That is the question
No,
that I wanted to ask.
no, madam.
Okay.
Or other than that 5%, we make a ternary composite, TiO2, ZNO, and carbon nitride. That is graphite. So by adding that, it gives 99% efficiency.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Oh. Is it any other question or query?
No, thank you, Sachin, for delivering.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now, please allow the next participant.
Now, I would like our next participant is Mrs. V. Vaidehi, ma'am, to present the research work.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my screen is visible, sir.
Yes. Continue, please.
Okay. So my research topic, green synthesis of cobalt oxide particles using citrus limita pale extract for the photocatalytic degradation of an rhodamine dye. So this is my abstract. So water pollution is a significant environmental challenge for us. The photocatalytic degradation of organic pollutant is a promising strategy to mitigating the environmental contamination, preserving the green ecosystem. In this study, the cobalt oxide nanoparticles is synthesized via the green method, and it's cost effective and eco-friendly by the way of hydrothermal method. Citrus limita pale is act as a reducing and stabilizing agent. So after that, the particles is characterized by the EDOX, SEM, XRD, FTIR, and UV DRS. The performance of the cobalt oxide nanoparticles as a photocatalytic is evaluated for the degradation of an rhodamine dye under the sunlight. Okay, so this method, the application of this is sustainable and economically for the wastewater management in the textile industry. So the objective of this work is synthesize the cobalt oxide nanoparticles. Citrus limita pale is act as a reducing and stabilizing and capping agent to control the size of in particles. The synthesis method is hydrothermal and followed by the calcination and further characterization. So this is the preparation of a citrus limita pale extract. So I collected the pills from the juice shop nearby of in Conjuburam, and after washing that and dried in the sunshade for the 15 days. After that, it make it as a dried form and make it as a powder for the further use. This is a preparation of in cobalt oxide particles. So I prepared that the the peel extract from the aqueous media, and then the metal precursor is mixed with and synthesize the cobalt oxide particles by adding of an sodium hydroxide to maintain the pH of 7, and another one is for the 9. 2 different pH. I synthesized the cobalt oxide nanoparticles. The calcination for both the pH is 400 degrees Celsius. And then the autoclave, I maintained the 120. I mentioned here 140, but it is on 120 for 3 hours of duration. So this is the UV DRS. This one is the cobalt oxide UV DRS for the pH 7, and this one is for the pH 9. And this is the IR studies. This one is for the plant extract and the metal precursor. So this one is the IR of in cobalt oxide, and this one for the cobalt oxide of in pH 9. So from this, the peel extract showed that the OH is stretching 3200 to 3600, and the carbonyl group of 1650 and 1750 is reduced after synthesized of in cobalt oxide at the pH of 7 and 9. So from this, the cobalt oxide particles is synthesized. So this is the XRD. This one is a cobalt oxide at the pH of 7, and this one is a cobalt oxide at the pH of 9. So the crystalline shape is confirmed that in the pH, compared to pH 7, in pH 9, we get the crystalline form very clear. In pH 7 of an cobalt oxide, the both amorphous and crystalline form is exhibited. So after this is the same image. The same image is in a spherical form. And then the photocatalytic applications by using of this metal oxide, I applied the both 7 and 9 for the degradation of an dye. The cobalt oxide 7 degraded the rhodamine dye, the 95%, and cobalt oxide 9 is degraded at 96% degradation. I adjusted the pH of a dye also. So at the alkaline medium, the dye is degraded more faster than compared to the acidic. So this is the percentage. Further, the pH variation of an cobalt oxide 7. This is the cobalt oxide 9, the degradation of in dye. So after that, the degraded water I utilized for the plantation purposes of in green gram. So within the 1 week, the growth of a plant is also very well. So the further studies about the phytochemical analysis of a plant and the soil hereafter only I carry out that work. Just the I compared that growth how much it fast than compared to the normal one. So the 80% the degraded water is the growth plant variable. So from the conclusion part. So the cobalt oxide catalyst act as a effective photocatalysis to degrade the rhodamine dye. Compared to cobalt oxide 7, the cobalt oxide pH 9 prepared one is more effective, and it's further used for the wastewater treatment also. Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible? Sir?
Any question from audience? Yes, any question from audience? Are you here? Vaidevi?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. Sir, are you hear my voice, sir?
Yeah,
Am I
yeah,
audible?
yeah.
Yeah, ask. No one ask questions, sir. That's why I'm.
Yeah, okay. So,
Okay,
so one question in my mind: you prepare cobalt,
yeah, ask.
cobalt oxide
Yeah, yes, sir.
by using the greener method. So,
Yeah, yes, sir.
whether this cobalt oxide is commercially available?
Sir, I don't know about that, sir. Just I used a metal precursor cobalt chloride. So from that only I reduced by using of a plant extract to one cobalt oxide particles.
So have you searched that it is commercially available or not?
So hereafter I will try that, sir.
Okay,
From my guide instruction, you synthesis that by the green method only.
Okay. Have you compared your spectra with that standard of cobalt oxide?
Yeah, already existing journals I compared that, sir. The XRD peaks are matched with that, sir. That's why I confirmed that from the UV DRS and the XRD peaks.
So you took EDX.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Have you shown here EDX?
Yeah, yes, sir. Along with the same image, that one is also new.
Okay.
Yeah, I should.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity for me. Thank you for your team also.
So please come next participant.
Now, next participant is Ms. Meghna Pandit.
Is my slide visible, sir?
Yeah.
A very good evening to everyone. It is an honor to present at the International Conference on Innovations in Science for Sustainable Development 2025. My research, which aligns with the conference's focus on sustainability, is titled Development, Nutritional Composition Analysis, Sensory Evaluation, and Shelf Life Study of Iron and Protein-Rich Laddu as a Supplement for Martial Arts Athletes. Martial arts is a tough sport that requires strength, energy, and focus. To perform well, athletes need good nutrition. Athletes often face deficiencies in two vital nutrients due to increased demands from intense physical activity and insufficient dietary intake. That is protein, which is essential for muscle growth and repair, and iron, that is crucial for oxygen transport in the body and is vital for sustaining endurance. To address this issue and reduce dependence on pharmacological products, this study aims to develop a supplement in the form of an iron and protein-rich laddu. Laddus are traditionally and widely enjoyed Indian sweets known for their rich nutritional profile. By modifying the traditional recipe, it is possible to enhance their nutritional content to achieve the desired health benefits. To that effect, the specific objectives of this study are to develop a protein and iron rich laddu for martial arts athletes and to evaluate its nutritional composition, sensory acceptance, and shelf life. Outlining the methodology in brief, the ingredients for the laddu were selected on the basis of nutritional content and availability. The laddus were made using a simple and standardized method. Then the nutritional value of the developed recipe was tested at a certified food lab using standard testing procedures to measure energy, macro and micronutrients. Then the sensory evaluation was done by a panel of 8 judges from the Department of Home Science, Rashtrasan Tukaroji Maharaj Nagpur University, Nagpur. The judges evaluated the recipe thrice on its appearance, color, taste, texture, flavor, and acceptability. Lastly, a shelf life study was done to analyze the keeping quality of the recipe at 0, 8, 24, and 32 days. The table details the composition of the recipe. The recipe included a blend of ingredients like Bengal gram, garden cress seeds, gingerly seeds, black raisins, skim milk powder, ghee, cocoa powder, and sugar, chosen not only for their iron and protein content, but also for their energy value and their contribution to texture, flavor, and taste, and also to help in binding of the laddu. Different combinations of the ingredients were tried out, and this composition was found to give the best results. This slide outlines the process of the preparation of the laddu. The ingredients, that is Bengal gram, gingerly, and garden cress seeds, were roasted and ground and then mixed with all other ingredients and shaped into small balls. The nutritional composition analysis showed that the laddu provided 417 kilocalories of energy and was a rich source of macronutrients, especially protein, that is 15.09 grams per 100 gram of sample. The laddu was also found to be a very good source of vitamins and minerals, especially iron, which was 10.6 milligrams in 100 gram sample. For the sensory evaluation study, the first table shows the key for the evaluation of sensory traits of the recipe, where 4 was the lowest score and 10 was the highest. The scores of all the 3 trials were averaged, and then all the judges' scores were considered to calculate the mean scores for all sensory attributes. As the table outlines, the recipe scored perfect scores for flavor, taste, and acceptability, and excellent scores for appearance, color, and texture. The shelf life study showed that the sensory characteristics remained agreeable or satisfactory throughout the period of the study. The microbial growth also remained under permissible limits, indicating that the laddus retained their quality for up to 30 days when stored under ambient conditions. In short, the developed iron and protein-rich laddu is a tasty, healthy, and convenient way to meet the nutritional needs of martial arts athletes. It can be further developed for full-scale production and marketing as a functional food product, or can be further modified for special dietary needs. This is a list of some of the references referred for the study. Thank you for your patient listening. Any questions?
Any question from audience? Any question from audience? Yes, any question from audience? You can ask. So, I have one question.
Yes,
so
sir.
How you calculate the nutrition, different nutrient in the laddu?
Pardon me, sir. Your voice was breaking.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, yes, sir.
How you calculate the different nutrient in laddu? Means you ask them iron is present in some percentage. So how
Sir,
you calculate?
sorry, sir. For the selection of the ingredients, we have a composite list of foodstuffs from the National Institute of Nutrition, that is called Indian Food Composition Tables, which outlines the nutrient value of all the foodstuffs. So for selection,
Please show this slide.
Sir, this is not in my presentation, but just a minute, sir.
Yeah, this one.
Composition. Actually, sir, for the selection of the ingredients, these ingredients were selected on the basis of the nutrient values outlined by National Institute of Nutrition in Indian food composition tables. This was done, this is actually the theoretical value. So like for example, the IFCT says that Bengal gram powder has got 22 grams of protein in 100 grams of Bengal gram sample. But then after the preparation of the laddu, this analysis that is outlined, both of these slides, has been done by a certified food laboratory in Nagpur.
Yeah, 8 number slide.
8 number slide. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this one.
Yes, sir. So these tests have been performed by a certified lab, sir. I have not performed them personally.
Okay, okay,
They
okay.
have been performed by a certified lab in Nagpur.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
So much.
Okay. Okay, please come next participant.
Now, next participant is Ms. Vedanti S. Phate.
Is my screen is visible?
Yes, yes. You can start.
Hello and good evening, everyone. My name is Ms. Vedanti Phate, and I am going to present the topic, which is the synthesis of E1,4 substituted benzylidene 3-phenylurea, which were derived from the 4 substituted benzaldehyde and phenylurea. These are my contents. First one is the abstract. The research mainly focuses on the synthesis and spectral characterization of the 6 different sheet-based ligands, which were derived by the condensation between 4 substituted benzaldehyde and phenylurea. These 6 different sheet-based ligands were formed, and the characterization was done by the 2 techniques, that is IR spectroscopy and NMR spectroscopy. The findings from this research will contribute to the understanding of the synthesis and spectral behavior of these ligands, which were derived by the 4 substituted benzaldehyde and phenylurea, which is paving the way for the potential applications in coordination chemistry as well as in the various fields. Next is the introduction. The condensation product between the carbonyl compound, that is specifically aldehyde and ketone and primary amines, are known as the sheet-based ligands. They are also known as the azomethines, imines, or anils. The name was given in honor to the German chemist Steve Hugo Joseph. And there is the specific one. Structure which is found. There is the presence of carbon double bond nitrogen, which is the prominent group which is present in these sheet bases. And these sheet base ligands were formed by the mechanism of nucleophilic addition reaction. In the first step, the amine reacts with the aldehyde or ketone to give the unstable intermediate, which is the addition product, that is called as the carbonyl amine. And then by the loss of water, by the acid or base catalytes pathway, we will get the sheet-based ligands. Next is the experimental part. Here I have prepared the compound, that is 6 different sheet-based ligand by the process. By taking the equimolar mixture of the 4 substituted benzaldehyde and N-phenylurea, methanol was used as a solvent, and after that the reaction mixture was reflux for about 2 to 3 hours with the slight catalytic amount of acetic acid in it. Then the product form, which is get filtered and recrystallized with the ethanol. And further product were characterized by using the elemental as well as spectral analysis, that is the IR and NMR spectrum. Next is this is the reaction scheme in which 4 substituted benzaldehyde, 6 different 4 substituted benzaldehyde were taken with the phenylurea. They were refluxed, and we will get the product. Here are the 6 groups, which is the hydroxy, nitro, chloro, bromo, methyl, and methoxy. Next is the result and discussion. Here are the 6 different sheet-based ligands. The ligand name and the ligand structures were given. These are the 6 different ligands which were formed. Then in this table, we can see that the molecular formula, molecular weight, color, melting point, and the yields of the different ligands which were formed. Next is the IR spectral analysis. In the IR spectral analysis, we observe that there is the prominent groups which were present in the particular ligands. We got the particular absorptions for it. For example, just first ligand is the E14 hydroxybenzylidene 3-phenylurea. It has the hydroxy group. It shows absorption stretching frequency. It has the stretching frequency which is observed between the 3425 centimeter inverse. Second ligand is the E14 nitrobenzylidene 3-phenylurea. Which has the nitro group. Therefore, it shows the stretching frequency of nitrogen double bond oxygen at the 1546 centimeter inverse. Next is the third ligand, that is the E14 chlorobenzylidene 3-phenylurea. It has the chloro group. Therefore, it has the prominent stretching frequency of the carbon CCl bond, which is at the 740 centimeter inverse. Then next is the E14 bromo benzylidene 3-phenylurea, which has the carbon and bromine bond, CBr bond stretching, which is present at the 693 centimeter inverse. Next is the fifth ligand, which is the E14 methyl benzylidene 3-phenylurea. It has the CH3 group, and therefore the stretching frequency of the CH3 group was found to be at 1302 centimeter inverse. The next is the last is the E14 methoxybenzylidene 3-phenylurea, which has the methoxy group, and it shows the it has the carbon single bond oxygen stretching frequency, which is at the 1293 centimeter inverse. Then further NMR spectra was recorded. This spectra is not given, but the readings are given. So these are the various these are the chemical shift values which were observed in the NMR spectrum of the 6 different sheet-based ligands. Then last is the applications of the sheet-based ligands. Sheet-based ligands and its metal complexes have various applications in various fields like coordination chemistry, catalysis, environmental management, material sciences, anti-cancer activity, and it also has the antimicrobial activity. So first is the applications in the coordination chemistry. These sheet-based ligands have applications in the coordination chemistry because it can form these stable metal complexes, and those stable metal complexes have unique structural and electronic properties. Second application is in the catalysis field. Sheet-based metal complexes, they are often used as often used in the catalysis, often used as the catalyst in various reactions like oxidation reaction, reduction, as well as it is also used in the oxidation of alcohols in catalytic hydrogenation. Next application is in the environmental management. So these sheet-based ligands were used in the environmental management for the environmental remediation as well as for the pollution control. These sheet-based metal complexes are being explored in the field of environmental remediation, where they serve as the catalyst for the degradation of the organic pollutants by adding to the artificial enzyme mimics. Then they are also used in the material sciences. In the material sciences, they were specifically used. They have been employed in the fabrication of the liquid crystals, organic semiconductors, and photoactive materials, where the coordination of the metal ions enhances its stability and the functioning of the material. The next, they are used as a anti-cancer agents also, because this sheet-based ligand shows promising anti-cancer activity due to their ability to form these stable metal complexes, and they will interact with the DNA and generate some reactive species, and these reactive species will inhibit the key enzymes which are involved in the cell growth, which is involved in the cell growth of the cancerous cells. And last is the antimicrobial activity. They also have promising antimicrobial activity. They are attributed to their ability to form the stable metal ligand interactions, and they will enhance the reactivity against the various bacteria, fungi, pathogens, as well as various microbes. So these were the applications. Last is the conclusion. In this study, these 6 different sheaf-basis ligands were formed successfully, and they were characterized by using both the spectroscopies, IR spectroscopy and nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy. The NMR spectra provided detailed information about the chemical environment and the proton, and further supporting the successful synthesis and confirming the molecular structure. Further studies utilizing other spectroscopic or analytical techniques that could also provide the additional insights into the behavior and reactivity of these ligands. These are the references. Thank you so much.
Okay, the session is open for discussion. You can ask question. Okay, one question in my mind. Are you here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you prepare sheaf-base from aldehyde and N-benzyl urea.
N-phenylurea.
N-phenylurea. So this N-phenylurea is commercially available. You took,
Yes,
from,
sir. Yes, sir. It's commercially available.
You purchase from
Yes,
commercial,
sir.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and when you put the reaction in a methanol as a solvent,
yes, sir.
You didn't use the acid.
Actually, I have
Yeah,
added.
Yeah, mostly for the generations of chip-base, the acid is required, but in your reaction, the acid is not there. So why this happened?
Actually, sir, I have added the catalytic amount of acetic acid I have added. Just 3 to 4 drops of acid.
Okay.
Yes.
Then the reaction is proceed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And here you say that your chip-base is E isomer.
Yes, sir.
So how you confirm this is E isomer?
Sorry, sir.
Maybe Z isomer or E isomer, but you say this is the E isomer. So how you
Yes,
confirm that it is E isomer, on the basis of which concept you say it is E isomer? So do you have any experimental evidence for this?
No, sir. Sorry.
And in NMR you use which solvent?
DMSO.
Directly DMSO?
Yes, sir.
Or is deuteriate DMSO?
Yes, sir.
Or only in DMSO?
Yes, sir.
Which solvent you use for NMR?
DMSO, sir.
DMSO.
Yes, sir.
And whether the DMSO come in NMR?
No, sir.
It will not come. Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
But it have 2 CH3 group.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, okay. You can check. Okay.
Okay, yes, sir. I will check.
Yeah. Any question from audience? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vedanti.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Vedanti. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, please come next participant.
Now, please next participate, Ms. Nikita Vivare, present your research work.
Yes. Am I audible? And
Yes.
is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, I'll start. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Nikita Vivare, and today I'll be presenting on the topic tailoring the drug release with the acrylic acid modified molecularly imprinted polymer, valsartan as a model drug. I'm doing this research in Department of Chemistry, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. I would like to start with what is the significance of my study. Valsartan is a commonly used medication for the treatment of blood pressure, that is hypertension. Valsartan, it belongs to the class of angiotensin 2 receptor blockers. It selectively binds with angiotensin receptor 1 and prevent the protein angiotensin from binding and excreting its hypersensitive effect. Some of the physiological effect of valsartans are reduction in blood pressure, lowering the level of aldosterone. Also, it reduces the cardiac activity. But along with the known effect or the advantageous effect of valsartan, there are certain disadvantages or side effects of valsartan which are listed here. Also, valsartan has very low lifetime, that is about 6 hours. It shows release in only the pH 6.8. It is poorly water soluble compound, hence the bioavailability of this drug is very low. And in order to enhance the therapeutic efficacy, site-specific targeting delivery, various route of administration, and for reduction of the side effects of valsartan, we need a drug delivery system for valsartan. There are various drug delivery systems available for drug delivery, but the one we are focusing on is molecularly imprinted polymer. I would like to explain what is molecularly imprinted polymer. These are the cross-linked polymer or the synthetic receptor for a target molecule. They are very much similar to the lock and key model and enzyme substrate model. That is, they show high specificity for a particular molecule. So these polymers are synthesized by the process of polymerization. Initially, template and the functional monomer that we are going to use combines together to form a pre-assembly, which on cross polymerization with the cross-linker form a cross-link polymer. We can see here, and the template molecule is embedded in it. Now, this template molecule is the molecule of our interest. In my case, it is valsartan, that the drug I'm using. Now, this template molecule can be removed from the cavities of the matrix, that is the polymeric matrix. When the template molecule is removed from the matrix, the void or the cavity is produced. This is the 3D cavity having the similar structure that too of valsartan. This cavity are preferential for adsorption and have high affinity and strong resistance property. Some of the advantages of MIP for drug delivery systems is there is and cost of preparation. Also, the targeted and microenvironment trigger delivery. With the help of MIP, the bioavailability and biodistribution of a drug is also enhanced. So, for this purpose, we have synthesized MIP and NIP. MIP is molecularly imprinted polymer, whereas NIP is non-imprinted polymer, that is without the template molecule. For this purpose, we have used free radical mechanism, and this is the bulk polymerization method. In this case, acrylic acid is used as a monomer, EGDMA, that is ethylene glycol dimethyl methacrylate, is used as a cross-linker. AIBN is used as an initiator. So this reaction was polymerized at 60 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. When the polymer was formed, the polymer was grounded in mortar and pestle and washed multiple times to remove the template molecule from the matrix of the polymer. The washing was done with the help of Soxhlet apparatus. So we have characterized this polymer using various techniques. First is UV visible spectra. We can see the UV visible, in the first case, we can see the UV visible spectra of MIP, that is extracted and non-extracted. Before extraction, we can see that there is a peak at around 255, which is due to the valsartan. So after extraction, there is no peak of valsartan, which from which we can conclude that valsartan is removed from the matrix. In the second case, this is for the extraction purpose. From this, we can conclude the extraction is done. In the case of non-extracted MIP, we can see the peak, which is similar to the valsartan, the blue one. And in case of non-extracted MIP and in case of non-extracted NIP and extracted NIP, there is no peak for valsartan as we have not incorporated the template molecule in the matrix. Secondly, we have done the we have characterized the polymer with the help of IR spectroscopy. From the IR spectroscopy, what we have found is the IR spectra of MIP and NIP, that is non-imprinted polymer, is similar to one another. These spectra were recorded after the extraction. From this, what we have concluded is the extraction is completed as the MIP and NIP are similar to one another. Also, the peak around 1600 and around 1200 is due to the EGDMA. This means that EGDMA is incorporated and polymerization has occurred. Further, the physical characterization of the properties, physical characterization of the physical properties of the MIP and NIP was studied with the help of same analysis. From the same analysis, we can see that first two are the images of MIP, whereas second is the image for NIP. From the image of MIP, we can see there is a more porosity in MIP as compared to NIP. Also, in case of non-imprinted polymer, there is much agglomeration, whereas in case of MIP, that is imprinted polymer, there is no agglomeration due to the presence of template molecule. In order to find the concentration of unknown concentration, we have developed a calibration curve. This is the calibration curve for different concentrations of valsartan. Further, we have carried out the adsorption kinetics, and the adsorption kinetic plot was plotted, that is QE, that is adsorption kinetics against the time. When adsorption kinetics was studied, it was found that both MIP and NIP have same trend, but MIP have more adsorption as compared to the NIP. This is due to the imprintings on the surface of the matrix. Further, we have done the loading experiment. From the loading experiment, what we have found is the loading of the drug in MIP is more as compared to NIP. For this also, the reason is the imprinting cavity. As we can load more drug in MIP, this is the good observation. The loaded MIP and NIP was further used for drug release. In this case, we have used pH 7.4. This is the physiological pH. From the drug release study, it can be seen that in the case of MIP, the release is slow, whereas in the case of NIP, the release is very abrupt and the burst release can be seen. So these are the conclusions that I have drawn from the work that I have done. Thank you.
Any questions from audience? Yes, any question from audience? Nikita, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
So here you did the study of drug loading and drug releasing.
Yes, sir.
So
this is the loading experiment and this is the release experiment.
Release experiment, yeah. So what you did exactly, loading and releasing experiment?
Okay, in the loading experiment, we have the non-extracted MIP as well as extracted NIP. So there are the cavities present in the MIP and NIP. We can load the molecule and that loaded molecule is further used for release studies. So for the loading studies, what we have done is we have taken a known concentration of a solution, that is our drug. Then we have suspended our molecule, that is MIP and NIP in that solution. And after 24 hours, we have taken the UV. Before 24 hours and after 24 hours, we have recorded the UV. And then the concentration of the loaded drug was calculated. Whereas in the case of MIP release study, we have suspended the loaded molecule in the buffer solution, that is pH 7.4 buffer, and every 1 hour we have recorded the UV and seen how much the drug has been released in the buffer solution.
Toxicity is a factor that affecting that concept.
Yes, sir.
Toxicity of your compound is then
yes, sir.
some
Uh,
yeah, means
so
for describing the MIP concept here. where here
Can you pardon?
Here we use the drug related to drug. Okay, your concept is related to drug.
Yeah.
Okay, so some compound is toxic for our
No, the
human body.
compound that I have incorporated while synthesizing MIP are FDA approved and can be used in drug delivery systems.
Okay, this Versatan is your standard drug.
Yeah, this is the standard drug used for hypertension, that is BP. Acrylic acid that I have used as a monomer is also FDA approved, and EGDM is also FDA approved.
Okay, when you prepare the polymer, so the solubility concept is there in which solvent?
Actually, when
because it is the polymer, it is a polymer, and mostly in drug delivery system the aqueous medium is used, but this is the polymer, so there may be some
No. These polymers are not soluble. When we use silica-based polymers, actually they are sometimes soluble, but acrylic-based polymers are not soluble in water. But these polymers can be attached with uh, some compounds which are soluble and can be incorporated in the living systems. Whereas in normal, that is in vivo, right? In vivo we can use it directly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So next participant is there.
Yes, sir. I am Prachi Mundi.
Please present your research work.
Sir, my PPT is visible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Prachi Bonde from Indira Mahavidyalaya, Kiran. My today's topic is physicochemical and ion exchange studies of copolymer derived from polyaniline and sulfanylic acid, which is by using ammonium persulfate as antioxidant. Abstract here. A number of copolymer have been synthesized by using these polyaniline and sulfanylic acid and ammonium persulfate as an oxidizing agent, and it is proved to be selective chelating ion exchange resin for certain metals. So here, these polymer, after synthesized, characterized and studied their ion exchange properties for certain metal ion like Fe ions, copper ions, cobalt, nickel, and zinc. And it was found that these copolymer derived from these pani and the SA are selectively used as a metal ion uptake from the wastewater. So here there is a competition between that the uptake of metal ion and from the wastewater by using this synthesized polymer. The further studies carried out in the range of various factors we study here, like the pH factor, then amount of copolymer, and also that the period of agitation. And further, this copolymer is characterized by using IR spectra, XRD, UV visible spectra. And these are the keywords: polyaniline, ion exchange, pani SA, copolymer, and pH. Next, introduction. So we know that these synthesized copolymer from the polyaniline is a famous conductive polymer, and it has received a tremendous consideration because it's which has a very wide applications in making the sensors, optoelectronic devices, and photoelectronic. Because this pani is having the conductivity than the other polymer. This conductivity of pani is further increases by doping with the some acids. Here, I use that the sulfanylic acid, and that has a remarkable environmental stability.
Then this pani has unique property like easy synthesis, low cost, and the environmental stability, and there are various applications. During polymerization of this pani, we get, on the basis of that, it shows the different oxidation state, and on the basis of this different oxidation state, there are three classes of this polyaniline. First one is the leucoemeryl base, then the pernigalinine. So here leucoemerdine, this is the first figure. It is a fully reduced form. Then emerdine, it is half reduced form which contains the benzenoid ring as well as the quinoid ring. And pernigalinine, which is fully oxidized, that is in blue color or in violet color. So this is the fully oxidized form of the polyaniline. Then synthesis and characterization of this pani-assay composite. So here I use that chemical oxidative method for the synthesis of 1:1 ratio. So here I prepared the three ratios, 1:1, 1:2, and 1:3 ratio. Here the amount of polymer, that is polyaniline, is constant, and the amount of sulfur-anilic acid increases. So this is the first synthesis method, or this is the flow chart for the synthesis of 1:1 ratio of pani-assay. Here I use that the 0.4 molar sulfur-anilic acid and 0.4 molar aniline. Then these two chemicals are mixed at room temperature for half an hour. Then ammonium persulfate as an oxidant added. Then it was kept in refrigerator for overnight, and then I got the precipitate which is washed, filtered, and then dried. So this is the synthesis method for 1:1 polymer by chemical oxidative method. Then this synthesized material characterized by using XRD. So here these are the peaks. So this aniline doped with sulfanic acid, that is for ratio 1:1, 1:2, 1:3, shows the crystalline nature. In addition to that, there are the two peaks observed, that the two broad bands, that is at 2 theta 18 degree, 2 theta 28 degree. So which represents the periodicity parallel and perpendicular to the polymer chain of the pani respectively. And it was observed that as the percentage of sulfanic acid increases, the number of XRD peaks decreases, which indicates the systematic orientation of the molecule in particular direction. This is the next characterization, that is ultraviolet spectra. So here that the 1:1, 1:2, 1:3. So here again that the two peaks observed, that is at the 270 or 360 nanometer, and the broad bands observed at the 500 and 700 nanometer, 500 to 700. The first peaks especially attribute the pi to pi star transition between that the benzenoid moieties in the copolymer, and the second peak closely resembles to the benzenoid quinoid transition in the copolymer. Here the FTIR study. So here I have shown only one FTIR of 1:1 that is pani-assay copolymer. Here that the broad bands at the near about 3441, then 3472, 3448. So these bands are specially due to the NS stretching in the polymer. The band at 2946.90, 2883, these are due to the aromatic CS stretching. Then the ring stretching vibration, that is the quinoid, observed at the 1575, 1575. That is the same in all the three ratios copolymer. We observed that at the same stretching here, that is the quinoid. Then characteristic peak at the 1400 centimeter inward, that is due to the benzenoid. Then presence peak at the 1035 to 1040. This is due to the this is caused due to the S double bond O stretching. That is the which indicates the presence of the sulfonate group in all that three copolymer prepared from this polyaniline. Then especially that the SO stretching peaks we observed at the 688.31. Then CS stretching, that is at the 633, and absorption peak at the 1040, 688 and 633 in centimeter in this FTIR of pani-assay contribute the presence of this SO3 group, which is attached to the aromatic ring. These are same images of the three copolymer. That is the first image, that is 1:1 Pani assay by chemical method. So here in this 1:1 ratio, there is no distinct morphology feature observed. Here there is a somewhat in 1:2 proportion, the morphological features were quite distinct. And here in that 1:3 Pani assay by chemical method, here distinct morphology is observed, which looks like a tubular or the pipe-like structure. And this is due to observe that as we increases the percentage of acid, that is as a acidic dopant, the morphological features becomes extinct, and which is useful for the absorption or the intake of the heavy metal ions from the wastewater. Then applications, here that the synthesized copolymer, there are some applications I have studied, that is removal of transition metal ions like the zinc, nickel and the copper. So we know that when we throw these heavy metal or transition metal directly into the water body, because these are non-biodegradable, so that cause the pollution and that get accumulated in the nature. So here, with the help of this copolymer prepared, the ion exchange method we use for the removal of these metal ions, heavy metal ions from the water body. So here, that analytical grade chemicals I use, that is the zinc nitrate, copper nitrate and the nickel nitrate. Here just I prepared the solution, 100 ml solution of these three nitrate solution, and then after that we add the known quantity. We add the known quantity near about 0.25 to 0.75 that the polymer, and then these solutions were shook, that is shake at the 200 rpm for the predetermination time, and at the end of agitation time, the copolymer were filtered and the content of the solution were analyzed for by the spectrophotometer. Again, after this, just I have studied the effect of different factors on the removal of these transition metal ion, like pH factor, effect of polymer dose and the agitation time. So here, first of all, effect of pH on the removal efficiency. From the graph, it was shown that here that in the range of pH 4 to 7, there is a maximum absorption of these metal ion from the water body. But at the lower pH or at the higher pH, there is no significant absorption of these metal ions takes place. Then adsorption of, because here at the low pH, at the high pH, there is a decrease in removal of efficiency caused due to that there is a formation of metal hydroxide during the reactions of nickel, copper and the zinc ion with the OH ions. And at the lower pH, there is a competitive reactions between that the H plus ions and the metal ion to exchange. Then the next factor, that is the adsorptions of nickel, copper, zinc ion on Pani assay. So here, as we increase the amount of the copolymer, that is 0.75 gram per 100 ml, here the doses for the metal ion. So it was observed that as the amount of the adsorption increases, that provides the adsorption sites and their adsorption sites for the absorption of these metal ions, and therefore there is a higher removal of these metal ions achieved as we increases the copolymer doses. Then dependence of removal efficiency of metal ions with the agitation time. So from this graph, and this is the results are tabulated in here in this table. That is first for nickel, then second for copper, and third that is for zinc. So it was found that the less time is required for the nickel ion, then copper ion, and there more time, that is the 15 minutes required for the zinc ion. And this can be shown from the graph also. Result and discussion. So these copolymer of sulfuric acid and aniline was prepared for various proportions by using this chemical method. And we got all these proportions that shown with the help of this characterization of this Pani assay, XRD, UV visible spectroscopy, then same images. We also apply a chemical method. It was observed that the concentration of sulfuric acid increases, then XRD peaks, that becomes the more crystalline, or there is a decrease in peaks decreases, which indicates the systematic orientation of molecule in particular direction. Then we assume that the prepared copolymer has the good exchange property, hence it is used further for some environmental application. This material was good enough to exchange the metal ion like nickel, copper and zinc. And conclusion and future as that is prospectus copolymer of aniline sulfanic acid prepared by this method is suitable for material for the metal ion exchange. And also there is a study has remarkable properties, and more studies required to understand the better chemistry. Thank you. Yes. Any question? Yes, I am audible.
Any question from audience? Any question from audience? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next participant is Anandit Tandre. Please
Yes,
begin
sir.
your
I'm present
research work.
here. Yes, I'm audible to everyone.
Yes. Yeah, you can start.
Okay, thank you. Myself, Anandi Pandey, and I'm assistant professor and a research scholar from LAD and Srimati RP College for Women from Nagpur, Seminary Hills. Today, my topic is standardization and phytochemical identification of chlorophytum boryblanum for preparation of microsponges. As we know, traditionally we are using the uh, uh, most of the herbs, in which the most powerful herb is the chlorophytum boryblanum, which is also known as Indian ginseng. The ginseng is the Chinese herb which is obtained from the China and have a very good aphrodisiac, antioxidant, and the what we say ki jo the very good properties, aphrodisiac, adaptogenic, immunomodulatory, and pharmacological therapeutic qualities. This is my abstract. The main aim of my work is the standardization of this extract of this herb, chlorophytum boryblanum, with
specific standardization according to the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, and the identification of extract with phytochemical screening, and using this extract in the microsponges. These microsponges are the uh, small sponges, porous sponges, also called as microspheres, which is used as a used in the drug delivery system, uh, which reduces the side effects. The aim of my study is to standardize and identify the phytochemical in Chlorophytum boryblanum and develop a microsponge-based delivery system for enhanced therapeutic efficacy and control release. The objective are standardization of chlorophytum boryblanum with the organoleptic, physicochemical, and chromatographic properties. Now, the second objective is to identify the key phytochemicals which is used in the chlorophytum or which is present in the chlorophytum boryblanum extract. This is the introduction. To improve the medicinal effects of the efficacy of chlorophytum boryblanum, the preparation of microsponges is the main focus study of the my work. That is the standardization and phytochemical characterization before the incorporating of this extract into the microsponges. What are the microsponges? I already told about the microsponges. These microsponges are specifically uh, the agent which prevent the toxic effect of the any drug uh, onto your skin, because I am using this microsponges and this extract in the skin cream, because I am from the cosmetic technology field, and my main aim is to create a specific standardized product which is able to apply on the skin, only on the upper layer of the skin, not into the under the skin, that is the it should not reach to the bloodstream. So the microsponges are the agents which offers the control release, which enhance the stability of the product. It also reduces the side effects of the herbs which are we are using in the formulation, and they can also entrap the various herbal and the other synthetic drugs and release them in a specific controlled manner, which allows the sustained or targeted delivery. So the main aim is only to reduce the specific side effects caused by this herbs onto the skin. So the extract is done with the specific standard procedure, that is collection of plant material, then standardization of plant material, then extraction procedure, then phytochemical screening, then advanced analytical techniques, then preparation of microsponges, and lastly the characterization of microsponges. This is the weight plant, that is Safed Musli plant, and these are the dry tubers of Safed Musli. These are the microsponges, and this is the entrapment technology of the microsponges. Experimentation. So I have done the phytochemical screening and the standardization with the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia. Its color is pale white, odor characteristic, taste is mucilaginous, and the powder is fine crystalline powder. uh, these are the tests which I have done to standardize the specific quality of the standard herb before it incorporating into the microsponges. So the basic characteristics are the to standardize the herb is foreign matter, pH, its solubility. Solubility is most important to identify or to prepare the microsponges into the formulation, skin cream formulation. Then I have also identified the water soluble extractives and alcohol soluble extractives. So water soluble extractives are more in compared to the alcohol soluble extractive. Then these are the phytochemical screening of hydroalcoholic extract of the Chlorophytum borevilanum by Soxholic apparatus. Here I have done the every test of to identify the phytoconstituent present in the extract. The water loving content are tannins, polysaccharides, saponins, which are essential for good biological activity and which have highest solubility into the water content, whereas the alkaloids and glycosides and saponins, which have availability, or what we say, the its content are present in the ethanol. So the presence of cardiac steroidal glycosides and the alkaloids are present in the amount of 2 to 4%, whereas the flavonoids, which are 3 to 6%, and which shows the inflammatory and antioxidant properties in the drug. Then saponins are the responsible for the foaming activity or the foaming content present in the drug. That is also I have done the foam test for the saponin, and it passes all the test according to the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia. And here is the conclusion that this study successfully established a standardized protocol for Chlorophytum borevilanum extract and identified the key phytochemical constituents which are responsible for the specifically the targeted to the skin conditions. Means these are responsible for the enhancing the properties of the skin, like antioxidant property, which given by the flavonoids which are present in the drug. Then the glycosides, which are having the very good moisturizing property on the skin, and the alkaloids, which are also have very good antibacterial property on the skin. So these finding provides a robust foundation for the subsequent development of Chlorophytum borealinum loaded microsponges, offering a promising avenue for enhanced delivery of its bioactive compounds. Why? Because these herbs or the herbal extract, when we add it directly into the formulation or the skin formulations, these are able to give some allergic conditions to the skin. They are also responsible for the instability of the other compounds, and it also have unnecessary interaction with other ingredients by reducing their efficacy in the formulation. So after some days using this extract directly into the skin formulation, skin creams, they are creating sensitivity to the skin. So when we added this extract into the microsponges, these microsponges have very safe delivery onto the skin by giving a sustained release, as well as to they are ability to have enhanced the stability of the product, and also release controlled release of the herb onto the skin. So these are the references which I have referred through the my work, and thank you for the patient listening. Any questions?
Any question from audience? Okay. Thank you for nice presentation. Next.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to last participate is Miss Pratiksha Gaikwad. Please present your research work.
start your presentation.
Hello, I'm audible, sir?
Yes, yes. Please continue.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone present here. Today in the conference, I'm presenting my top research topic, tailored SNO2 graphite carbonated nanocomposite synthesis, a simple precipitation approach for enhanced structural and optical properties. I am Pratiksha Gaikwad from Nutan Maharashtra Institute of Engineering and Technology, Talegaon Dabhade, Pune, India. So in the next 5 minutes, we are briefing about the objective of my studies, the synthesis of this novel nanocomposite material, what the method we have used, result and discussion and conclusion. So in the introductory part, I just want to convey some point regarding the nanotechnology. Everyone is aware of the novel research going on, what the novel characteristic that nanotechnology has emphasized on our day-to-day life, what are the urbanization technique. Every field nowadays, we are finding the applications of the nanotechnology. So coming to the point, what are the objective of my studies are, I want to synthesize graphite carbon nitride and the SNO2 dope with the graphitic carbon nitride nanocomposite. What is the effect of this addition of tin dioxide with the graphitic nanocomposite that I will study? Then the effect of temperature and pH for the synthesis of this nanocomposite. Then study the different properties of this nanocomposite to confirm its phase, crystal structure, then morphology and optical properties. We use different characterization techniques like XRD, FE-SAME, and UV visible spectroscopy. So going further, the graphitic carbon nitride and the tin dioxide. Graphitic carbon nitride is nothing but it is a p-type semiconductor, whereas tin oxide is an n-type semiconductor. You can see that band gap for the graphitic carbon nitride is 2.7 to 2.9 electron volt, whereas for tin dioxide it is 3.6 to 4.0 electron volt. The conduction band energy for graphitic carbon nitride is around minus 1.3 electron volt, whereas for the tin dioxide it is minus 4.4 volt. The ionization potential is 6.7 electron volt, and for the tin dioxide it is 8.7 volt. So what happened actually? This graphitic carbon nitride individually it is studied for the photocatalytic property, energy storage material used used on a large scale, and as well as the tin dioxide as a semiconductor material. But it has certain limitations. We can't use it as it has a rapid charge and hole recombination rate. Easily it gets a recombination. The surface area is small. The band gap energy is a problem. Then the photocatalytic efficiency in the UV region is also the problematic. So that's why the both when we combine together and observe its properties, what is happened with them. So how I synthesize this graphitic carbon nitride and the combined composite of this nanocomposite of tin dioxide with graphitic carbon nitride material is. So first I synthesize the graphitic carbon nitride by this method, in which I have taken 5 gram of melamine. 5 gram of melamine I was heated in a muffle furnace at 550 degrees Celsius for 3 to 4 hours, and in a silica crucible. I obtain a yellow product which I have crushed in a mortar pestle to get a fine powder of nanomaterial of graphitic carbon nitride. So this graphitic carbon nano powder, which we have used in the further process for this composite formation. So this 0.05 gram of graphitic carbon nitride was dispersed in ethanol under ultrasonic treatment in 50 ml ethanol. After ultrasonic treatment for 1 hour, after 1 hour, this mixture we have taken in a round bottom flask and added a 7 gram of SnCl4 pentahydrate and 25 ml of polyethylene glycol as a capped agent and 50 ml of distilled water under stirring till the homogeneous solution was obtained. Further, 50 ml of 1 molar NaOH, 50 molar of 50 ml of 1 molar NaOH solution we have added to adjust the pH of reaction mixture, and again we reflex this reaction mixture at 95 degrees Celsius for 6 hours. After this, whatever the precipitate we obtain, we centrifuge that precipitate at 5000 RPM for 15 to 20 minutes and dry it at 80 degrees Celsius in an oven for 8 hours. So we get our nanocomposite material, tin dioxide and graphitic carbon nitride. So synthesized material will be analyzed with the further spectroscopic techniques. So by using XRD, FTIR, UV, and FSM techniques. So in the XRD, we can see from the XRD patterns, we can see as synthesized material were used to examine the phase and crystal structure at 12 point here at 12.88 and 27.46. The pure this is the XRD pattern for the pure GC3N4, whereas this is for our nanocomposite material and this is for pure tin dioxide. So we can observe this peaks here. So the diffraction peak 100 and 002 are attributed to the usual hexagonal phase of the graphitic carbon nitride. All the distributive diffraction peaks of pure SNO2 fall within the space of P42 of rutile SNO2, which is from the JCBDS card number 411445. Since they are still corresponds to the tetragonal SNO2 phase, the separate diffraction peaks of GC3N4 SNO2 XRD pattern shows that the integration of GC3N4 has no effect on the crystal structure. We can observe here what are the peaks which are observed for the SNO2. All that peaks we are observing for this in this, but these peaks are very nominal with the graphitic carbon nitride. So further going in details of the discussion, the FE-same images, the morphological studies was investigated by using a field emission scanning electron microscope. The synthesized sample shows a very good morphology. So in this figure, first figure, it is a FE-same image for the graphitic carbon nitride. In the second, it is FE-same image for the tin dioxide, and further, it is a nanocomposite material. So in the first graphitic carbon nitride, we observe a layered morphology, whereas in the tin dioxide, we observed the aggregate morphology. After combining the SNO2 with the tin dioxide with the graphitic carbon nitride, the complete growth of SNO2 observed on the surface of graphitic carbon nitride with the reduced size observed in a same images. So this indicates that there is a formation of higher surface area composites, and this higher surface area will be beneficial for other photocatalytic applications. So further going with the FTIR details of the synthesized nanocomposite material, if we compare these three, that is the pure graphitic carbon nitride, SNO2, tin dioxide, and nanocomposite of tin dioxide with a graphitic carbon nitride, the spectra will be like this. So here we observe a prominent peaks. Yes, so here in this figure, we observe the infrared spectrum of all this. A very broad digestion is seen about 610 centimeter inverse, which is spotted in the bandwidth of tiny size SNO2 has been attributed to SNO extending as a mode of SNOS. The value that appears at the value that appears further in the FTIR spectrum of GC3 and 4 peaks at 1647 and 1205 centimeter inverse have been related to the C double bond N and C single bond N CN vibrating stretching models accordingly. The ring mode of S-triazine is responsible for the peak at the 811 nanometer. So all the major peaks of GC3 and 4 and SNO2 prominent peaks might be readily observed in FTIR spectrum of GC3 and 4 and tin dioxide. So subsequent evaluation of FTIR spectrum demonstrate the further properties of the material. The UV visible spectroscopy gives us the information about the absorbance of the particular samples here. So we can observe, we can see the black line for tin dioxide, the red line for the graphitic carbon nitride, and a blue line for our composite material, tin dioxide and graphitic carbon nitride. So here, here black line, the UV visible region, intensity we can see in the 200 to 400 nanometer, the intensity of absorption is very high, whereas from 400 to 800 nanometer, it is somewhat less. But if we want to study this for the visible light absorption spectra further in the further studies. So here the black line tin dioxide shows the absorption age at 385 nanometer. So this absorption is at nearly 385 nanometer. The red line and absorption peak is at a 460 nanometer. So this red line, it is at a 460 nanometer, and for further nanocomposite material, the line was observed at 450 nanometer. From this, the band gap values are evaluated by using the top plot, and the band gap observed for the graphite carbonated material is 2.90. For tin dioxide, it is 2.95 electron volt, and for tin dioxide graphite carbonated material, it is 2.80. So this data we obtain from the UV visible spectroscopy. So what are the conclusions from my studies are that we have used a simple precipitation method for the synthesis of this nanocomposite tin dioxide graphite carbon nitride material. So this method is very cheap method. Easily we can get a fine morphology for the nanocomposites by using this method. Then cost effective method is this. Then what is the effect of addition of tin dioxide on the graphite carbon nitride combination? It was studied. Then this formation was confirmed using XRD and FTIR spectra. The morphological transitions was observed in FECM images of SNO2 graphite carbon nitride and this nanocomposite due to the formation of interface. And optical result revealed that whatever the optical result we obtained from the UV visible spectroscopy, that this nanocomposite had absorption in the visible region, which will be beneficial for different applications, including photocatalysis, optoelectronics, sensing devices, catalysis, and hydrogen correction. So further in our studies, we want to study its application in the photocatalysis as well as for the nitrophenol reduction for removing the dyes from the water. So this is all about my presentation here. Thank you so much everyone for patient listening. The forum is open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulate for nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now the session is open for discussion. Any question from audience? Apart from your research work, I have some basic question. What is the difference between nanoparticle and nanocomposite?
Nanoparticle and nanoparticle is nanoparticle and nanocomposite. Nanoparticle is basically from a single material, we can say. For particular material, we go at the nanoscale. It is nothing but the nanoparticle. But nanocomposite means the two different materials we combine together and check its properties is nothing but the nanocomposite.
Okay.
As per my understanding, sir.
Okay. Any questions from audience? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, I have one question, ma'am. That graphite carbon nitride you purchased, ma'am, or you synthesized, ma'am?
I have synthesized it, ma'am.
By what method, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
By what name of that method? Name of that method,
by a co-precipitation method.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, I would like to invite chairpersons of today's session, Professor Dr. Prashant Matlik sir, to give the concluding remarks.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I express my gratitude towards the juries of this session, Dr. Vivek Humne. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I would like to express my gratitude towards the juries of this oral presentation present, Dr. Vivek Humne sir, Dr. Gopal Krishna sir, Murekar sir. I am also thankful to all the students, delegates, researchers who have delivered their nice presentation and share their research work to the delegates of the conference. The session was well conducted. Only in the initial stage there